It is always the result of intelligent effort. So accuracy of Al-Ameen College Erpala brings you the Studio National Seminar on Quality Enhancement and Sustainability. Let's begin the inaugural session with a silent prayer. Request all of you to kindly rise from your seats for the prayer. Kindly be seated. I invite Dr. Leena Varghese, Accuracy Coordinator, for the welcome address.
Good morning. Good morning, all. Welcoming people is a part of Indian culture followed for centuries. Distinguished guests, delegates, participants, and my dear colleagues, I am extremely overwhelmed to get this opportunity to address you all on this auspicious occasion of NAAC sponsored today National Seminar on Quality Enhancement and Sustainability in Higher Education Institutions. The higher education system in India is the place where future generations of the country is molded. The major hazard faced by higher education institution is quality crisis. Quality is the ability to satisfy a requirement, while sustainability is the ability to do it over a period of time. Quality leads to sustainability. A transformation of education from teacher-centric to learner-centric will be a major stepping stone towards quality enhancement, and that is what we believe. The focal point of National Education Policy 2020 is promoting critical thinking and problem solving with social, ethical, and emotional dispositions. The existing state of learning and the required state of learning still demands major reforms in quality and integrity into the education system. So we are here today with an earnest attempt to look into the quality teaching learning process. On that note, let me move on to my interested duty. I am extremely delighted to welcome Professor Dr. Arvind Kumar Sir, Vice Chancellor of MG University, for accepting our invitation to inaugurate the 2A NAAC sponsored national seminar. Hearty welcome, sir, for associating with Al-Ameen. Hearty welcome once again.
Thank you.
We are very honored to have Dr. Leena Varghese ma'am, Deputy Advisor NAAC, with us as a keynote speaker today for this national seminar. On behalf of the institution and all the participants, I extend a very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Today, the first technical session will be handled by Dr. Balachandran Hardas, Assistant Professor, Sri Ramdava College of Engineering, Nagpur. We are very happy, sir, to have you with us. Hearty welcome, sir. Dr. Ramachandran, Advisor of India-Africa Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, has consented to join with us offline and deliver a session on curriculum restructuring, which I hope all of us are more eagerly awaiting to hear. Hearty welcome, sir, and we are very contented with your presence, sir. I extend my heartiest welcome to Dr. Cindy Kurian and Principal Dr. Junaid Rahman, sir, for their wholehearted support and encouragement throughout the seminar and all our endeavors. I welcome all the speakers and eminent delegates who have joined us today, and also welcome all the participants who have joined online in our webinar. We are truly delighted to have you all with us in this seminar. I guarantee that the seminar will be very productive and worth your precious time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leena Varghese. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Cindy Kurian, Principal, Al-Ameen College, for the presidential address.
Respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, Mahatma Gandhi University, Professor C.T. Arvind Kumar, NAAC Deputy Advisor, Dr. Leena Gahan, beloved manager of our college, Dr. Ramachandran, Dr. Leena Varghese, IPC coordinator, participants from other colleges, who are attending the seminar online, dear faculty members and students of this college. Warm good morning to one and all. First of all, let me welcome all of you to the NAAC sponsored National Seminar on Quality Enhancement and Sustainability in Higher Education Institution organized by IQAC of Al-Ameen College. As we all know, the fourth point of SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, formulated by UN is quality education. Quality education sustainability has become the talk of the town after the new national education policy has come into existence. The higher education system in India is facing severe challenges. Growth of higher education in the country, therefore, has been slow, inadequate, and desperate. In order to have a quality enhancement in higher education in India, initially we have to identify the issues faced by the Indian higher education system. Like in the present scenario, no measures or efforts to recognize or identify and foster the unique capabilities of each student. And then we have less flexibility for the students to choose their program or learning strategies according to their talents and interests. Also in the present system, there is less emphasis on development of cognitive skills and learning outcome. Currently, the curriculum is designed in such a way that there is less focus on conceptual understanding. So there is more, nowadays there is more rote learning and learning for exams. Creativity and critical thinking has to be improved to encourage logical decision making and innovation. Then skills, life skills and vocational education are not addressed properly in the present system. When we are discussing the quality of education and sustainability, we have to identify or definitely address these challenges. In order to address these challenges, our institution had successfully connected eminent academicians across the country who had made significant contributions in this area. This seminar aims to bring academicians and researchers who are interested in this area into a common platform to discuss these matters. We have many participants from other institutions join online to present their views in this area. We hope that the seminar will be instrumental in discussing and questioning existing challenges and we come up with new insights into quality, enhancement and sustainability in higher education institutions. With this note, I conclude and once again welcome you all to the national seminar. I'm sure that we will have a very fruitful and thought-provoking sessions ahead. Wishing you all the very best. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. It's our honor and great privilege to have Professor Dr. C.T. Arvind Kumar, Pro-Vice Chancellor, MG University, as our chief guest. With immense pleasure, I invite Dr. Arvind Kumar, sir, for the inaugural address.
Okay, very good morning to all. Am I audible? Hello,
Good morning, sir.
am I audible?
You're audible, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, dear friends, dear principal, distinguished speakers, guests, and my dear participants, I have a high appreciation for this educational institution conceived and the governance education and understand the policies. The country is going through a new phase of development. We are in a situation that education in India is very different, which is connected with the great diversity of our country. Still, our gross enrollment ratio in higher education is only around 28 or 29%, whereas in developed countries, it's more than 8. Certain countries, it is more than 8%. So, the issue that we have to bring this to at least 50% in our country. Again, we have realized the fact that our cities are far different from the villages. In certain areas, the GER is far less than 20%. So my point is that any policy we design, it should bring this value to more than 50%. So any policy can bring up the socially and economically backward communities, it should be welcomed. Any policy which can bring up the intellectually challenged or physically or mentally challenged people, it should be welcomed. So again, the point is that the success of any education policy in our country, which has a diversified society in many respects, lies with the upliftment of all sections of our society. As you all know that this is the first time we are trying to make a radical shift in our education system. We are now at 2023, where technology advanced to a new horizon. The online education is now popular, not only in India, all over the world. So how accessible is this for a large population of our society in our country, particularly including tribal areas? So on the one hand, we have high technology with us. On the other hand, not accessible to a section of people. So this is the inconsistency in our country. So this online issue is only one side of the issue. There are other contradictions too. Our, the education, education universities, not only in our most of the universities in our country is entering to a new phase of education. For example, outcome-based education, OBE, or standard-based education, SBE. And this well differ it's an education theory that is set around goals. After the completion of the goals, so it's a student-centric education system and instructional model that points measuring students' performance through outcome. In this process, all the teachers and students need to be completely involved and occupied. Although in Western world, these systems have been implemented long back, we are only beginners in this area. So that is one aspect which is to be discussed. Another aspect is knowledge economy. It's a widely discussed topic these days, particularly entrepreneurship development. In a more clear sense, how to start some self-employment program. These are all now part of education, higher education. The education training at the moment we get from university education is in general for the overall development of a student. This involves all, but never specialized in any single topic. The most important one, I think, is inclusivity, the ability to see things differently. It starts there. Now, the practical knowledge is another quality. A fearless approach in taking up any challenges. And this requires a lot of mental strength. So it is also necessary to have good skill to analyze things from the past. For example, analyze our own failures So a large number of areas that are not familiar to conventional higher education system need to be worked out now. That is our responsibility and that is a challenge now. So I wish all the best to this program. Thank you very much and I declare that this program is open. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the keynote address, we have with us today Dr. Leena Gahane, NAAC Deputy Advisor. With due respect and immense joy, I invite Dr. Leena Gahane for the keynote address.
Thank you very much. I request host to switch off the audio, not video, because there is lot of echo. I hope my presentation is visible. Yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Namaskars to all. I'm very happy that Al-Ameen College, Kerala are organizing 2 days NAAC sponsored seminar on quality enhancement and sustainability in higher education institutions. A great move, or I can say the initiative by IQAC coordinator Dr. Leena Varghese, Principal Sini Kurian, and the inaugural speech, which was very apt by Professor Arvind Kumar ji. All other speakers and dear participants, namaskars to all. We are happy, or I should say, we are very blessed that we have celebrated the 75th year of our independence, and which has really made us to think ki after independence, we have passed 75 years. Now it is time to take a move as Atmanirbhar Bharat. We being an educational institution, it is our prime role that we should create the individuals or make the individuals to get ready to work for nation. So today I shall be throwing a light on an initiative for quality enhancement, sustenance measures in HEIs, motivation through assessment and accreditation. Since I come from NAAC, my focus of deliberations will be related to assessment and accreditation. Already pointed out by Dr. Arvind Kumar about the sustainable development goals, they are 17 goals, and of which one of the important goal is about the quality education. And I think in the light of National Education Policy 2020, the importance for quality education, not just for perceiving a degree, but making a person to stand on one's own feet and contribute in a national development is the thorough focus of that national education policy draft. It talks of ethos, it talks of pride in India, and it talks of ancient knowledge system as well. We as academicians, if we really wanted to look into how the education system in India has progressed, then in education 1.0 there was a lectures and memorization method which was given the more importance in higher education. Slowly, with the era of internet, the education 2.0 was internet enabled open source learning, and that is why due to this particular enabling the education with the ICT has given the what you can say the opportunity to the students to know much more about the various fields through the internet. In education 3.0, the knowledge production, producing education was given at utmost importance, and I think that that is an era where the technology boom has contributed much in the education. Education 4.0, where we are standing at that particular what you can say square where innovation promoting education is given an importance. That is how Arvind Kumar has pointed out that it is a time for outcome based education wherein the input and processes will be evolved in such way with the focus what is the expected outcome. The entire canvas of national education policy, if I just wanted to put it in the bullet point, then the spirit of national education policy talks about the background. It talks about Bhartiyata rooted. It talks about flexibility, that is, the multidisciplinary education as well as multiple entry and multiple exit. It talks about breakage of the silos which are there across the various disciplines of the education. It talks of inclusiveness. It talks of how we are able to capture the needs of the students, how we are able to reach out to the diversified uh, you know uh, culture students, to make them aware of take them into the what you can say fold of higher education. It talks of light but tight regulation. It is giving an importance, immense importance to the research. It talks of the futuristic approach. So these are the 7 points on which this particular national education policy is talking about. Education is a prime mover of society and pillar of national development, isn't it? So the focus of our education is an appropriate development of human beings. The process is basis of development in all other domains of human activity. It is not mere gaining the knowledge of a specific stream or a field, rather overall development of the human being. That process we need to evolve it, and outcome is the quality of higher education, which makes the nation progressive and advanced in personal, professional, and global spheres. So this is how the entire canvas of the education can be looked into as a aim, process, and the outcome. Now, if we really wanted to impart a quality education, then we need to know what is the quality. Basically, quality is a concept which is a very abstract term, and it is pursued by the different stakeholders differently, isn't it? So it depends upon the perspective of the person. And that particular abstract term, which is defined as a quality, if it has to be measured and assessed, then there has to be an appropriate interventions, and it has to be taken in a right time for a quality improvement and quality sustenance. So it is really a big job to capture an abstract term through the various data documents. There has to be some framework. Friends, let us understand the two terminologies, that is a quality enhancement and what quality sustenance means, so that we can stitch it together so that quality enhancement and sustenance goes in hand. The quality enhancement is a process by which higher education provider systematically improves the quality of provision and the ways in which students' learnings are supported. So we have to do an systematic efforts wherein whatever is the outcome we are expecting after the graduation of the student, we have to provide that learning atmosphere to the student. And what we mean by a quality sustenance? Quality sustenance means quality nourishment. So we need to put on all efforts. If any initiative for quality is being, taken up by the institution, it is proving good result, then it has to be nourished and properly taken care of for further development of the institution. We find that our institution is a very diverse entity, isn't it? All the intellectuals in the student in the institution, they have some ideas for the progress of the institution. They put all their efforts, but it is not always that everybody is putting the efforts in the same direction. So all the efforts in the institutions are scattered, and sometimes they create the chaos. But if in the institution there is an IQAC cell, then this IQAC cell, that is internal quality assurance cell, then it acts as a convex lens to focus all the efforts in the direction as per the vision and mission of the HEI. We are aware that all institutions should have the vision, mission, and core values, and accordingly to reach that particular vision, the mission statements or the policy documents of the institution has to be there. So, in alignment of the efforts of the individual faculties or the stakeholders associated with the institution to make them work in a proper direction, IQAC has to play an important role. So, what a quality assurance system in higher education has to do? It has to have the vision, mission, core values, and goals of the institution. So, they need to properly design all these aspects so that there will be some short term goals and some goals, it will be a long term goals. But at each stage of the institution's life, there has to be a rider at what stage the institution progress has reached. The formation of quality management system in the institution, it has to be there. Then internal evaluation of the programs at the level of the institution, it is very, very important, because we are, a very celebrity type of people. We love to initiate many activities in the institution. We conduct many programs, and sometimes it is just because other institutions are conducting, we try to conduct the programs, carry on the initiatives, but we really did not put our insight to why we have conducted this program, what was our aim, and what is the output of that particular program. So internal evaluation of various activities, initiatives, or the progress of the institution is very, very important. And of course, along with the internal evaluation, there has to be external evaluation as well. And as you are aware of, NAAC is one of the accreditation agency which take cares of the progress of the institution through the informed review process and preparation of SSR, which is being done by the institution. So, also, if you look into the quality management system, it consists of seven elements. First one is the documents, then the purpose, the objectives, the process, the procedures, the responsibilities, and the all components of the institution or the organization participating in it. So if you look into the NAAC's entire process of assessment and accreditation, all these seven elements, they are captured in the entire process so that the desired quality is achieved by the institution. So there will be what the quality management system, or I should say the IQAC cell of the institution has to do. It has to coordinate and direct the organization's activity. It has to satisfactorily meet the stakeholders' need. So that is why the IQAC sale has to capture the feedback from the stakeholders, what and all are their observations of overall academic, management, governance, opportunities given to the stakeholders. And the third point is comply with the regulatory requirement. Institution has to submit all the required documents to the regulatory authorities as and when required to improve the organization's effectiveness and efficiency on the continuous basis. So this will be the job of the quality management system in the institution. And once the institution is all set with this vision that their IQAC cell, it will be looking after all these parameters related to quality enhancement as well as quality sustenance, then definitely the institution will be a quality academic imparting institution. Now, NAAC, as you are aware of, it is the assessment and accreditation agency working for more than 2 decades with a vision to make quality the defining element of higher education in India. But this particular quality definition we have to instill in higher education, and we have to play a joint role, I should say. So our vision statements talk about it has to be through the combination of self and external quality evaluation, promotion, and sustenance initiative. It is not mere that the institution will submit the document, NAAC will verify and provide grade, but there is a responsibility that NAAC has shouldered, that it will enhance as well as stimulate the overall quality environment of the institution. If you look into the mission statements of the NAAC, you are aware of NAAC arrange for the periodic assessment and accreditation to the institution. Then once the institution comes in fold of assessment and accreditation, it's automatically the academic environment as well as the promotion of quality of teaching, learning and research, it gets stimulated in the institution. So also we encourage the self-evaluation, whatever the documents, claims you are giving to the NAC, the institution is accountable for that. Autonomy is given to the institution and innovations are possible. Then to undertake quality related research studies, consultancies and training program. So we also do the research and we also train our assessors, our stakeholders through various schemes. Then to collaborate with the other stakeholders of higher education for quality evaluation, promotion and sustenance. So this is a way to reach our vision to make quality the defining element of the higher education institution in India. These are the steps NAC has been taking for past more than 2 decades. The entire revised accreditation framework of NAC, it is based on, founded on 5 core values. The first is about contribution to the national development. So if you look into the various metrics, if you look into the key indicators, then you will find that the questions which are being framed in the revised accreditation framework, they lead to capture how the institution's initiatives is for national development. Friends, we are in a global world where the world has become a global village, and there is a core competition amongst what you can say various stakeholders, isn't it? In that scenario, we really need to make our student ready to foster the global competencies. So, how we are giving the skills to our students so that they are able to face the global competency, cultivating value amongst the students. We live in a diverse society, rightly pointed out by Arvind ji, that in that diverse society, if we have to deal with various aspects of the life, then how the value systems are inculcated in the students by the HEI. Promoting use of technology. Technology is beautiful, from various places from India, we are able to meet together through the virtual platform, isn't it? So NAC promotes the use of technology. Entire A&A process is technology driven. So we request our institution also to use the technology by and large. Then quest for excellence. Whatever I was yesterday, I have to be better today and best tomorrow, isn't it? So that is a journey of the institution. Once the institution gets accredited, it doesn't mean that everything is over and now we are at the helm of pinnacle of the success. It's not like that. We need to continuously climb the steps. Do you remember that airport staircases? They are continuously coming down, and if you really wanted to be at the level, then naturally you have to keep on climbing to maintain at least that level. So this is how is the quality sustenance as well as quality maintenance, or the what you can say promotion will be the possibility. Now, quality assurance in higher education, there are the possibilities what I already talked of. Internal quality assurance refers to the policies, practices, academic institutions themselves monitor and improve the quality of their education provision. However, external quality assurance refers to institutional policies, practices whereby the quality of higher education institutions are being, evaluated by the external agencies. Impact of quality assurance on overall educational institution will be framework is required for that, and you are aware of NAC has got a framework wherein there are 7 criterias. Down the line they are divided into various key indicators. Again they are subdivided into quantitative and the qualitative metrics, but the entire framework, the parameters which are there, it is related to skill development, it is related to program enhancement, then institutional network, collaborative learning, outbound hands-on experience. So all these things are inbuilt or I should say embedded in the entire revised accreditation framework. Now, we are aware that the educational institution is a living entity, isn't it? So, all living beings of the earth, they require the five elements for their growth. What are they? They are sunlight, wind, soil, water, and space. Similarly, for any educational institution to be in pace with rest, institution has to perform across all seven criterias. Let me mention all those seven criterias. First one is a curricular aspect, which focus on how frequently the curriculum of the institution is revised, how it is relevant to the current context. Second criteria talks about the teaching, learning, and evaluation processes, how the faculties they are upgraded, what are the new ways by which the evaluation is being done by the institution. The third talks about research and innovation. Any educational institution without research, without publication of no means, isn't it? So our faculties has to take up the research, apply for the projects, get the grants, publish the papers, and through the publication they should give good as well as relevant knowledge to the society. So how the institution is practicing in the research and innovation areas, then how the student support and progression is there in the institution, what and all are the scholarship schemes, how the students are being placed, how the students are progression to the higher education, how the career advancement schemes, I should say that how the career, sorry, not advancement, but a career guidance is possible in the institution, that is been captured in criteria number 4. In criteria 5, the ambience of the institution, like the infrastructure and learning resources, whether they are apt, sufficient, so that a good learning environment is given to the institution. See, the institution is just like a boat, and the leader who is a visionary leader, its governance and the support of the management will play an important role for any institution to sail to the vision what it has taken up. So this is very important in six criteria. We talk of how the governance, leadership, and management policies are there in the institution. NAC believes that all the institutions, every institution, it is distinct. It has its own characteristic. It has got its own specialities. So to capture that, the seventh criteria plays an important role, that is institutional values and best practices. So if the institution is able to perform across all seven criterias to the best possible way, definitely the overall academic culture, or what you can say, a teaching learning environment of the institution will be transformed the way I have showcased here through the various videos. The focus of the teaching learning process has to be given so that there is a space for individual learner, facilitating effective operations of the teaching learning so that everybody is enjoying learning. Learning has to be made joyful because each soul is unique and divine, and the purpose of the education is manifestation of divinity within. That is the quote by Swami Vivekananda. So we as an educational institution, I as a faculty, how I am encouraging the student to learn. We need to guide the student, mentor them so that they are learning through various experiences. So experiential learning plays an important role to transform the information into the knowledge, and that knowledge will be further converted into the wisdom through the various application. So possibilities, what and all are the various possibilities in the institution through various infrastructure, through various initiatives, through various teaching, learning, new pedagogical inventions. How this is possible, how it is made, is up to the faculties of the institution. So making space for acting and reflecting is very, very important. Otherwise, the overall, scenario of education goes one way and there is no joy. So these all possibilities has to be there in the institution, and also the performance of the student or the stakeholders, what mechanism is devised in the institution so that it becomes learning organization through the stakeholders interaction. So all these outcomes are to be tapped as and when required through various policies, through various initiatives, through various acts of the institution. What you hear, you remember temporarily. What you see, you remember better. And what you do will be remembered forever. This is a principle behind the experiential methodology. And I think in the coming era, wherein the technology is a boom, the students are they are there to the open source of information. That time upgradation updation of the faculty with the current knowledge, it is very very important, because your attitude, not your aptitude, will determine your attitude. So this is an era wherein we have to capture the student skills, students passions, students not what you intellect, so that they are developed in a way which is been expected by this nation to be a global citizen. So new evaluation systems has to be uh, devised, like a self evaluation, competition with self, continuous assessment, open book exam, quiz, project presentation, group discussion, and etc. etc. I think many a times what we do, no, we try to imitate others. I should say that don't run with ignorance and follow the what others are doing. Rather, we should look around, we should hear, we should feel, we should read, understand, and we should be knowledgeable. I think you are aware of that Panchatantra story, wherein that rabbit, small fearful rabbit, has taken a whole jungle on his head, stating that a cloud is going to fall or a piece of sky is going to fall and we are going to die. Nobody inquires that fearful rabbit that where is the place? What has happened? Let us go and try to find out the reality. But with a fear, given by the fearful rabbit, everybody runs. So it is not a good thing. We being an educational institution, we need to design and develop our own progress graph. So the entire journey of teaching learning goes from the remember to understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. I think we as a faculty, we will handhold with the student and get them to climb this ladder of what you can say knowledge. So here the IQAC cell, it is just like importance of a heart in a body. Similarly is the important role for the health of the IQAC, for the health of the institution. So IQAC is nothing but a tactics of performance evaluation, assessment, and accreditation. It encourages the faculties as well as stakeholders to upgrade with the quality. It is a part of institution systems and works towards the realization of goals of quality enhancement and sustenance. So the primary objective of IQAC is to develop system for conscious, consistent, and catalytic improvement, to promote holistic academic development, channelize all the efforts and measures of the institution. In a few slides back, I have already shown you how the alignment of the efforts would be there through the IQAC cell. So, to measure the institutional functioning towards quality enhancement through internalization of the quality culture and institutionalization of the best practices. So, if the IQAC cell of the institution, it is strong, it is visionary, it is active, it is for participative decision making, then definitely the transformation will happen in the institution. Then only we can say that there is a quality promotion as well as sustenance initiatives possible in the institution. There is a new hashtag of life. Be a change, see a change. We always wanted some change to happen, isn't it? But now it is a time that we have to play our own role for this transformation. From just to see a change, let us be a part of change. I appeal all of you to come forward and make our Bharat self-reliant, that is, make our Bharat Atmanirbhar. I love this statement of Swami Vivekananda. He always talks of take risk in your life. If you can win, you can lead. If you lose, at least you can guide. So in no way there is harm in taking risk. I should say that IQAC, a cell of the institution, should keep on, going for new ideas. Should try to convert those ideas into action plans to the policies and actually outcomes what is been accepted. It is a time to be vocal for local so that all our products which are made in India or made in Bharat, they reach to the global standards. Thank you very much, IQAC cell of Al-Ameen College, for giving me an opportunity to share my views on quality sustenance promotion initiatives by higher education institution. Thank you very much. Namaste. If there are few questions, we can take up because I have in continuation some other meeting.
From the audience?
Hello, madam. Actually, you were giving a very nice presentation, but I have a few questions on basis of what you have presented. Actually, you were talking about a very detailed description of scholarships and many things in criteria 4. But you might have noticed what happened to the scholarships in the last central budget, which was presented some 2-3 days before. Actually, the government has withdrawn post-metric scholarships, Maulana Abdul Kalam scholarship for the Muslim minority students, research scholars. All these scholarships were brutally cut down by the government. And we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. The second one, actually the GDP in higher education sector, it should be at least 6%. But what is happening is only 3% is, even 3% is not spending for higher education institutions, higher education. And on this basis, cutting down all the grants, cutting down all the scholarships. We are talking about quality sustenance and how an institution like us, without having any grants, how we can present a very good document before you, before NAAC on basis of these circumstances. We have to find money by ourselves by promoting all the self-financing structures like this. And for that, education has to become a business. What is your comment about this?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think I am audible. Kindly switch off the audio here so that there won't be any echo. Yeah, I got your point that government has curtailed the scholarships. What you quoted a few, but I told that the educational institution is a living entity. It is not mere a part of the government to support all the initiatives of the institution. Institutions should come out of their campuses, meet the philanthropists, the industry person to have a collaboration, and try to generate the corpus. This is one of the option I am saying. Of course, the whatever support government is expected to give, we need to talk to government through a formal process, whatever it is. So this is the possibility. The institution which has, bad for this, which has had a collaboration through various MOUs, through a corporate social responsibilities could able to meet the requirements, financial requirement of the institution also. I request the college management as well as all the stakeholders to look forward for such support from the society as well. what you talked about the GDP, and you also talked about the share given to the education. If you look into the present budget, then of course the education is being allotted with a higher budget as compared to the previous budget. So slowly we are moving to what to the goal what is expected by the national education policy to make Bharat the Atmanirbhar Bharat. But we are the teachers. I remember the quote of Chanakya. He used to say, शिक्षक कभी साधारण नहीं होता, निर्माण और प्रलय उसकी गोद में पलते हैं. Even Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan says कि the teacher has to be the best brains in the nation. So such a a great responsibility is on our shoulder. Instead of just looking for what and all are the loopholes, I definitely know that we will join hand together and we will try to make out whatever are the lacunas in the system and make our student all round development of the student through various initiatives at institutional level. Any other question?
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions? I think there are no more questions, ma'am. So we will conclude. Thank you, Leena ma'am, for the insightful presentation and for taking us through the various evaluation criteria, the different possibilities in teaching and learning process, the role of IQAC, and so on. And I liked what you put on the presentation. Don't run with ignorance, rather sense, understand, and be knowledgeable. Something that is applicable to both teachers and students equally. So thank you, ma'am, once again. On behalf of Al-Ameen College and on my personal behalf, thank you very much for that insightful presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you once again to all the dignitaries for taking time out of your busy schedule and joining us on this special occasion. We are winding up the official inaugural session. We will be joining back after a short break. Okay, we'll have the first technical session now, which is titled Assessment and Accreditation Methodology in Revised Accreditation Framework. The session will be led by Dr. Balachandra M. Hardas, Assistant Professor, Sri Ramdeo Baba College of Engineering and Management, Nagpur. I invite Assistant Professor Fatima Parveen to introduce the speaker to the gathering.
Good morning all. First of all, I am extremely grateful to get this opportunity to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Balachandra M. Hardas, Assistant Professor, Sri Ramdeo Baba College of Engineering and Management, Nagpur. About him, he is an expert in electronics engineering. He has a number of national and international publications in highly reputed journals. He received a good number of patents and copyrights in his research area. Apart from academic, he proved his administrative abilities in various fields. Also, he has membership in various academic bodies. He awarded Samaji Gowda Puraskar in the year of 2017 and Best Teacher Award in the academic year 2017-18. So, it is an honor and a privilege for us, sir, to have you here with us today. So, on behalf of Al-Ameen family, I welcome Dr. Balachandra M. Hardas to our today national seminar on quality enhancement and sustainability in higher education institutions. Thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Am I audible? Hello.
You're audible, sir.
Okay, and the screen is visible. Hello, screen is visible.
It's visible, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am, for the nice introduction. Good morning, namaskar. First of all, I'm thankful to Dr. Leena Varghese, ma'am, Dr. Junaid, sir, and all the dignitaries from Al-Ameen College for inviting me for this technical session on assessment and accreditation methodology in revised accreditation framework in this 2 days national seminar on quality enhancement and sustainability in higher education institutions. So I'm from Shri Ramdev Baba College of Engineering and Management. Our institute is basically affiliated to Rashtra Sant Tukadoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, and our college is autonomous institute in engineering and management, established in 1984 by the Shri Banwarilalji Purohit, who is now the governor of Punjab. So basically, our talk will be based on the revised methodology assessment by the NAAC. So my half work is already done by my elder sister and mentor, Dr. Leena Gahane ma'am, who is also from our Nagpur. So basically, the question asked by the madam regarding the budget and all these things. So I will basically try to answer that question in the end of this presentation, because I have included one slide which will really answer, because our college is also a minority institute. Our college is Hindi minority institute. We don't have that corpus fund or all these things. But what we have done in this last 35, 38 years, being autonomous institute, we also face some problems regarding the funds. So I will try to answer, and surely the Al-Ameen College will also, I assure that, or I expect that you will also work in this direction, so that everybody should work. Basically, the word stakeholder. Recently, our college has organized one program by the AICT and our college. That program was the formation of approval process handbook of AICT. It is mandatory that approval process handbook should be revised every year. So in one of the engineering institute, they organized such program, and our college was basically selected for this. So the word stakeholder, this word is basically there in the approval process handbook. And the AICT chairman, Dr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, he was there in our college. So he said that this stakeholder is basically not a proper word in the Indian scenario, in Bharatiya scenario. So stakeholder means everybody has stake on the others. But Bharatiya perspective, the Bharatiya word is basically not stake. It is a partner. So we all are partners of education, partners of this great nation. Okay. So as a partner, as a partner institute, as a partner the entity, we should work together, and that is the goal of NAAC. That is the goal of every accreditation. We can say the organization. So as an engineering institute, we need to face many these organizations, the higher education commission, university grants commission, then NAAC, then NBA, then NIRF. Every 6 months we need to do these things. So what faculty says, that every now and then we need to gather the data, we need to prepare a file. Okay, so I think most of the faculty members are there in this seminar. So everybody is basically having burden, not only teaching, research, but this preparation of files. And when we say this file preparation, then everybody is basically shy away from this, and we could try to move away from this file preparation. But what the NAAC says, you should work together. We should work in the means there are 5 different criteria already told by Leena Gahane ma'am. So we will try to understand. So your institute is already NAAC accredited. Our institute is also NAAC accredited, A+ grade. We have 146 rank in NIRF. So we will try to understand what are the criteria and what is the revised methodology in this 45 minutes lecture. So the University Grants Commission basically, in line with the NEP, National Education Policy, it is mandated that every institute in India, it should be accredited by NAAC by 2022. Now it is already 23 started. So it shows the spotlight NAAC is in as of late. So NAAC accreditation is the qualified benchmark for educational entities. And now every grant or these funds, they will be released as per the NAAC accreditation. So your grade is mandatory. So NAAC grade is mandatory. So we need to understand the goal of the NAAC also. So what is the vision and mission of the NAAC? Already told by Lina ma'am, to make the quality the defining element of higher education in India through a combination of self and external quality evaluation, promotion and sustenance initiatives. So we do many things. Your Al-Ameen College, I already visited your website. Every stakeholder, every partner is doing his or her best. Okay, so many data is there. So we need to focus on the data. We need to show that data. Today's world is presentation. We have many data, but we don't show. We have many pictures. We have many videos. We have many schemes and whatnot. But if we don't show in a proper fashion, then there is no value to that data. So in this era, what I urge, what I appeal, that you should focus on the proper presentation of your data, and that is the need of the hour. So the accreditation framework of NAAC is based on the 5 core values, just told by the Lina ma'am: contributing to national development, fostering global competencies among students, inculcating value system among students. Already we are doing this. Promoting the use of technology. So Corona is already means they have use this type of technologies. Everyone means the KG students to the elder one, the senior citizens, they are using this technology. So no need to say more on this promoting the use of technology and the quest for excellence. So in our in Bharatiya culture, in our Indian system, these 5 core values are given in this Subhashit. It is called as Jnana Trishna, Gurau Nishtha, Sada Adhyayana Dakshata, Ekagrata, Mahatvecha, Vidyarthi, Guna Panchakam. These are the 5 qualities. So these 5 qualities should be there. It is already there, but we should gather, we should focus on these qualities while preparing our NAAC SSR. So this revised assessment and accreditation A&A framework, basically it is already started, launch in July 2017. And now what is the revised framework? So I will not read this slide. So only change is, this has been attempted through a comparison of NAAC indicators with other international quality assurance frameworks. Okay, so we will see that. And the third party validation of data is also important. Nowadays, there are various deliberations, debates going on in the NAAC or in the higher education institutes. So that why to accredit by the third party? Okay, so yes, already told by the Lina ma'am. Now there is a flexible kind of accreditation framework coming. So we will see what is that flexibility. So the revised assessment and accreditation framework was launched in 2017, and now the NAAC is also preparing a recently upgradation of manual in line with the National Education Policy 2020. So these recommendations are also incorporated, and the 7 criteria were prepared, both qualitative and quantitative. Focus of assessment. So you all are aware of this. So quality initiatives, quality sustenance, and quality enhancement as reflected in the vision, mission of your institute and organization. And the revised manual places greater confidence in the letter as reflective of internal institutional processes. So we have processes in line, we have different stakeholders, partners, Okay, so what NAAC is expecting that you should focus on the 7 criteria, 5 core values, and you should gather this data, present your data in the qualitative as well as quantitative manner. So if new faculty members, young faculty members are there, then I repeat for them that what are the stakeholders? So as told by Sahasra Buddhe sir, partners. So our management, the faculty members, the administrative staff, support staff, students, parents, employers, community, the community in which our college is basically there, and the alumni. So this community is now very important. Earlier days, we don't have that collaboration with the community. Means I don't know if your college is doing that. Yes, every college is doing, means adopting a village. And so for the data, for the sake of pictures, for the sake of Facebook and social media post, we should not do this. It is our duty that for the community we should do something. Okay, like example of our college or our the region of Vidarbha. So Vidarbha is basically a backward region of Maharashtra. Okay, we are basically earlier we are part of old Madhya Pradesh. Our state name was CP and Berar, Central Province and Berar. But in 1960, what happens? The Vidarbha region was included in the Maharashtra. Okay, so this region is also basically from 1960 to till date, this region is backward. There are 50 to 60 engineering colleges in entire Vidarbha. We have only 11 districts, more than 50 engineering institutes, and it very sad note. I need to tell that from last 10 years in Vidarbha region, there are 50 to 60,000 farmers suicide. It is very alarming that in the region where 50 to 60 engineering colleges are there, what these engineering colleges are doing? So the NAAC or UGC or even in higher education institutes, they have suggested that we should have some community platform. Okay, so in Yavatmal district of Vidarbha, these engineering colleges are doing some projects. Some of the initiatives are like adopting the farmers, the suicide for the suicide village. They are basically promoting some network. They are preparing some projects. They are doing some community social service, CSR funds, everything. So this total framework, so total stakeholders, they are responsible for your NAAC accreditation. So every pillar is very important, and that is what the NAAC is expecting from us, that every pillar should do something. See, there are basically, if you need to find out, we need to means calculate progression, students progression. What we will do, we have some denominator, and so if denominator is more, like for our college, 5,000 students are there. Okay, so every student has to work, every student has to progress, every faculty member has to progress. We need every faculty member has to file some patents or copyrights, or we need to at least publish 2 papers in the year in the Scopus journal, SCI journal, UGC journal, any journal. But every faculty should publish 2 journals. If one of the faculty, let us say the example of myself, if I do not perform, then what will happen? The total progression will be down. Okay, so in this slide, what I am expecting that every stakeholder, every partner should involve in the process. Okay, and that is the basically the qualitative analysis. So quality indicator framework, UIF description. So curricular aspects, teaching, learning and evaluation, research, innovators and extensions, infrastructure and learning resources. So we will see one by one. Yes, important slide. What is change in the revised accreditation framework, RAF, for NAAC assessment and accreditation? So I will not go through all the points. Yes. So this point is very important. Introducing system generated score, SGS, combined with online evaluation, that is 70%, and peer judgment is 30%. So see, 70% is in our hand, in the hands of Al-Ameen College or Ramdev Baba College or any institution, and peer team judgment is only 30%. So it's just like our students, they have internal marks and external marks, end semester marks. So same, 70% is in our hand. So we should prepare a good SSR. We should prepare our every data, every document, every file best of the best. Okay, so 100% best is required here. So the role of IQAC is very important. So when I say role of IQAC, then some faculty members, they say that this is the work of IQAC. No, IQAC is what? IQAC is not Lina Varghese ma'am. IQAC is all the student, all the stakeholders. They represent the IQAC. Okay, so only one faculty, only two faculty members, they will not do. They will do their work. Okay, but the support system is very much required. So I suggest all of you, I appeal all of you that please understand the every point, every criteria of this NAAC accreditation and be supportive, be proactive. The proactiveness is very important. Otherwise, what will happen? There is famous song in Hindi. जीवन में कुछ करना है तो मन को मारे मत बैठो, आगे आगे बढ़ना है तो हिम्मत हारे मत बैठो. So we should do something. We should every day is very important for us. Okay. So at the end of every day, we should introspect what we are doing, what we have done for the Al-Ameen college, for our department, for myself. Okay. So self is last and the college is first. So only those institutions that fulfill the pre-qualifying criteria by scoring at least 30% of the SGS will be eligible for peer team visit. So that is the change in the revised accreditation framework. Introduce third-party validation of data presented in an institution application. So there are many third-party validation agencies. They are there, providing the appropriate difference in metrics, weights, and benchmarks to the universities, autonomous college, and affiliated constituent college. So Al-Ameen college or our Ramdev Baba college is basically this affiliated and constituent college, autonomous college also. So we are autonomous college but affiliated to the parent university. So revising various metrics to help improve the participation of students and alumni in the assessment process. So the question asked by the madam regarding that budget. So what our alumni is doing basically. So I am not trying to answer, but yes, our alumni network is vast in all the countries, European countries or in US. There are 20,000 alumni network, and our separate website of alumni is there. So this Ramdev Baba alumni network called as RACA. So this association is very much means they are proactive and they are doing best for the institutions. So what the alumni is working basically, they are adopting some underprivileged students, some minority students from our college also, and they are giving some scholarships to the students from their own department. They are also basically sponsoring some programs. They are sponsoring some kits, like our engineering college is there. So they are giving some funds to the for the purchase of some equipments. They are also promoting some collaborative type of projects. So this alumni fund can be generated. So I think you are also doing that, I know, but this can be done to for the benefit of the society also. Okay. So I will now try to put this criteria wise assessment criteria. So first criteria is curricular aspects. So the curricular aspects are the mainstay of the educational institution. Okay, so see, curriculum and is very much important. Other things are also important. So, but our institution is for the students, and for the students, curriculum is very much important. So, apart from issues of diversity and academic flexibility, aspects on curricular career orientation, multi-skill development, feedback system, and involvement of all the stakeholders, partners in curriculum updating are also gauged. So, there are 4 indicators. So I will not waste my time because already there is a special Excel sheet provided in the NAAC website. So you can you go through that Excel sheet. There are different criteria, key indicators related with the every criteria. So first indicator is curriculum planning and implementation, academic flexibility, curriculum enrichment, and feedback system. So academic flexibility, basically in autonomous colleges, we have this academic flexibility. But what about the university affiliated institutions? So my answer is for academic flexibility, you should incorporate in each unit or in each syllabus some outside course, outside world activities can be incorporated to show that we have academic flexibility. Curriculum planning and implementation, yes. As a affiliated institute with the parent university, we don't have means that kind of flexibility, but yes, you can show that your members are in the BOS, Board of Studies, and we are implementing that. So you can show this. Curriculum enrichment is also a part of university, and feedback system. So like in peer team visit, they can ask the feedback system how you are incorporating, how you are implementing the suggestions given by the given in the feedback. Okay, so you should be able to show the closed loop feedback system. It is very important that the system should be closed loop. It should not be open ended. Means if any suggestion is there, then that suggestion should be incorporated in the next meeting or in the next level, and the grievance, if any, should be resolved properly. So these are the 4 indicators. So there are means inside each indicator there are vast means documentation required. So already IQAC of your college is doing this thing, I know. Criteria 2 is teaching, learning, and evaluation. So criteria 2 pertains to the efforts of the institution to serve the students of different backgrounds and abilities through effective teaching, learning experience. So I will focus on these different backgrounds and abilities. So as means our college is the center of India. Means our Nagpur is basically having that 0 mile of India. So all the distances are measured from Nagpur. So being a 0 mile city, every student from the nearby region like Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, then your Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, every student is coming to Nagpur. So we should means for this criteria too, we should means we need to support, we need to show that what you are doing for these different background students, what are the different initiatives done or the organized by your institutes. So we should be able to show, we should be able to showcase that kind of things. So indicators are student enrollment and profile, student teacher ratio, teaching learning process, teacher profile and quality, evaluation process and reforms, student performance and learning outcomes, and student satisfaction survey. So last point is very important, student satisfaction survey, SSS. So when like our college 5,000 students are there, so we need to basically organize some programs. See, we do lot many things, but the last students, they don't know. ऐसा कभी-कभी होता है ना. So what we need to do that we should organize some programs department wise, that what is the main features of our college, what our Al-Ameen college is doing for the society. So students should be able to know, students should able to talk with the other students, other community students. So this is called as the student satisfaction survey. So every student will not be 100% satisfied, I know, but at least this 2.7 indicator, we should get maximum marks. Okay, so I think the IQAC will be doing that thing. So all these files are very important. Okay, so first 2-3 files, they are basically administrative type of files. They are given by your administration or the admission cell. Then teaching, learning, teacher profile, evaluation process, and up to student performance, they are department wise. Okay, so you should prepare the files accordingly. And last is student satisfaction survey. So I think you should depute, or already you are doing or deputing, or giving some criteria wise profile in charges. Okay, so that is the common process of every college. Third criteria is research, innovation, and extension. Okay, so already Lina ma'am says that basically research is very important. So nowadays there are no research institutes separate, or the academic institutes. We as an engineering institute, we need to do both academic as well as research, innovation, extension activities. So the criteria seeks information of the policies, practices, and outcomes of the institution with reference to research, innovation, and extension. So what I express, I basically share one experience that recently the peer team visit our college, and we say that our college is promoting this innovation, then research, then IPR, the patents. Then they say what is the amount spent by your college on the innovation and research show. So at the instant you should be able to show that file, that yes, the 5 lakhs, 7 lakhs, or any amount that you have spent should be clearly indicated by your account section as well as in your department wise. And the faculty member, we are claiming that we are giving the funds or the financial assistance, they should be very well known about the policies of the college. So that is very much important. So the indicators are resource mobilization for research. Yes, so this is basically accounts type of indicator. So we should be very much careful about this. We should say, then show, and clearly showcase the exact values here. There should not be any deviation from the department side, from the account side, and from the central side. Okay, so there should be a closed loop system, that your amount should be same, your account should be clear. And innovation ecosystem. So what you are doing for the promoting this ecosystem for the innovation? So if you have startups, if you have anything in your institute, then you should say you should prepare your own file for this 3.2 criteria. Then research, publication, and awards. Yes, every faculty, students, they are publishing their research and getting the awards. So each and every publication and awards copy should be available at the time of this PTV. Then extension activities. So there are a lot of extension activities for the communities. So in last 2 years, we are doing this extension activities a lot more. Okay, in Corona time, every student, faculty, then the management, the college, everyone is doing this extension activities. So please gather those information, gather the pictures, data, and showcase your extension activities in the proper fashion. And last one is collaboration type of activities. So the collaboration may be a government institute or the private institute or your alumni. Okay, so that collaboration. So in this collaboration indicators, some MOUs are there. Then you should say how that MOU is basically evolved, what is the motive behind that collaboration, and the outcome of the collaboration activities. Criteria 4 is infrastructure and learning resources. So the adequacy and optimal use of the facilities available in an institution are essential to maintain the quality of academic and other programs. So basically these are the student staff related type of things. So physical facilities like classrooms, the academic hall, the tutorial room, then academic premises, then lot many things are there. So every college is now having these physical facilities, but according to NAAC, you should follow that terms and condition and the norms, and then prepare your file. Library as a learning resource. Nowadays, very the alarming situation in the libraries. We have lakhs of books in the library, but students, they don't come to the libraries because of this Corona time, the IT evolution, information technology. This mobile is basically now a library. Okay, so normally peer team asks about the librarian that ma'am or sir, please tell me the number of footfalls in your library. How many students they basically come to library physically. Okay, so nowadays teachers, the faculty members, they also don't visit the library because every faculty member is having sufficient quantity of books in his or her almari. Okay, so I appeal the faculty members also or students present here to please visit the library once in a week so that your this register of your librarian get filled. Then IT infrastructure. So if your softwares are there in your colleges, then you should showcase the use of that IT infrastructure. Okay, it may be a LAN network, then projectors and anything related to the information technology. If interactive boards are there, then the use of that interactive board. Okay, so any faculty member, they can call and they will say that please use this in IT interactive board. Then we should be able to use that board. Then maintenance of campus. So every campus is basically well maintained now. So, but you should have that agency, then register, then the proper accounts. So inside this 4.4, maintenance of the campus infrastructure is basically expected. Fourth criteria is student support and progression. So highlights of this criteria are the efforts of the institution to provide necessary assistance to the students to enable them to acquire meaningful experience of learning at the campus and to facilitate their holistic development and progression. So basically this student support, student progression, student participation and activities, and alumni engagement is very much asked. So 5.4, basically the alumni engagement, if you visit our college website, Ramdev Baba, then we have a strong network of alumni, and we got maximum marks in this 5.4 criteria. So student support, student progression, student participation. Okay, so basically the dean students, or we call that students representative council, they should work hard for this fifth criteria of student support and progression. Sixth criteria is related with your management. So governance, leadership and management. So effective functioning of the institution can be gauged by the policies and practices it has evolved in the matter of planning, human resources, recruitment, training, performance appraisal, financial management, and overall role of the leadership. So the key indicators are institutional vision and leadership, strategy development and deployment, faculty empowerment strategies, financial management and resource mobilization, and internal quality assurance system, IQAS. Okay, so all these 5 criteria are the key indicators of 6th criteria. So your higher authorities and the principal and the IQAC coordinator, basically they are involved in this 6 criteria. But yes, regarding the policies, governance, you should know the name of your BOS member, or the member from the university which is there on your management, or who is basically handling the financial role in your management. So every faculty should know this, okay, by and large. Seventh criteria is institutional values and best practices. So every institute is basically a living entity, as told by Leena ma'am. So that living entity should be reflected with the in the form of best practices. So every college is doing best practices. They are basically incorporated in their functioning, their policies, and the reflection of these best practices should be come out from the mouth of the faculty members and the students. And that's why the key indicators are institutional values and social responsibilities. So if we are doing many social CSR activities, so we should gather that data, we should collect those data, we should present that data in the proper fashion. So best practices. So best practices are anything. So every institute is having own best practices. So don't copy paste from the others. We have our best practices. Like our best practices, basically we are a transparent institute. From 1984 to till date 2023, our every policy, recruitment, then the fee structure, everything is our transparent, and that is the best practice of our Ramdev College. Okay, so 5,000 students enrolled are admitted in the very transparent manner, and that is the best practice of our college. So likewise, you can jot down, you can collectively write your own best practices, and supporting files should be ready. And the institutional distinctiveness. So according to the region-based institutions is there, like our institute is in Vidarbha region of Nagpur. So we should highlight the institutional distinctiveness for Nagpur, for Vidarbha, what our institute is doing. Okay, for the farmers society, what our institute has done. Okay, for the down people, or the people in the Yavatmal district, what our institute is doing. Okay, so we should have that kind of best practices and the distinctiveness from the other institutes. So at the end, so these criteria of NAAC in the revised accreditation framework. So I am again recalling and reviewing that. First is assessment, student support, teaching, learning, research, innovation, infrastructure, student support, governance, and best practices. So please have these 7 criteria in your mind, and do the many works we need to do. every day is new for us. Every day is basically a new day for every faculty as well as student, and only IQAC will not do. IQAC will basically facilitate the policies and they will motivate you. But for 7 criteria, we all stakeholders will need to do daily. And yes, this basically slide is provided by Leena Gahane ma'am. The assessment criteria is basically now matrix is changed. So this third column is for our Al-Ameen college or Ramdeva college. This second column is there. We are because autonomous. For affiliated or constituent college, this criteria wise basically marks are there. So for UG, PG, this criteria is divided. So criteria 7, key indicators are 31, 32, qualitative matrix 35, and here 36. Then quantitative matrix 58 and 60, and total is 93 and 96. Okay. So and affiliated constituent colleges from June 2022, these are the now change. So these are the new one. Now I will just roll down these slides, and the weightages are given for each key indicator inside the criteria. So for the criteria 1, the 100 weightage is 100, and for key indicator 1, 2, 4, these are the weightages. And then for criteria 2, so criteria 2 is C, criteria 2 350 marks. So a lot many weightage is there on the student teaching, learning and evaluation. So be careful. You should we should attain the higher weightages in this criteria 2. So student enrollment and profile, this is not in our hand. As admitted student, we need to show this. Student teacher ratio, yes. Teaching, learning, teacher profile and quality, and the student performance and learning outcome 90, and SSS is 60. Okay, so this is a higher side. So we should gather more and more weightages on this SSS student satisfaction survey. So criteria 1, 100, criteria 2, 350. Criteria 3, research, innovation and extension 110. So criteria indicator wise, this resource mobilization for research, resource mobilization, then innovation ecosystem, research publication 25, extension 40, and collaboration 20. Then criteria 4, infrastructure and learning, again 100 marks. Lot many marks are weightages are there. So physical facilities, library, infrastructure and maintenance of campus. 5th criteria, student support and progression 140. So 5.1 to 5.4. So we have maximum marks on student support and student participation activities. So student participate in various activities. It may be a inter-college, intra-college, inter-university, okay, or national level or your state level. Okay, so please ask students to submit that certificate, that data in timely manner. So what happens? Students participate, but they will not submit their certificate. Okay, so this is the common problem in all the institutes. So I request the IQAC coordinator that you should appeal all the students that before submitting that leave application or anything, or the incentive marks should not be given to the students if they don't submit their certificate. Okay, so that can be done because we need to gather many data, and by doing such practices, students will basically cooperate you or support you. Alumni engagement 10 marks. Criteria 6 for the governance, leadership and management, again 100 weightage. So this indicator wise marks are there. Faculty empowerment strategies maximum 35, and internal quality assurance system 30. So you are already NAAC accredited. So this IQAC, your IQAC coordinator is very well aware of that. That in PTV, peer team visit, IQAC has to prepare one separate PPT, separate presentation on this, so that chairman and other members, they will see that presentation. Then the criteria 7 is institutional values and best practices, 100 marks. Then institutional values and social responsibilities 50, best practices 30 marks, and institutional distinctiveness is 20. So procedural details, so 8-step process is there. So I will not basically talk on this slide, but just recall this: registration on the official NAAC website. Then you need to do annual quality assurance report. You need to upload. Then IIQA, institutional information of quality assessment. Fourth step is SSR, very much important, self-study report submission. This SSR preparation is a very huge task. You all are aware. Then fifth is DVV, data validation and verification, and pre-qualifier score. We need to score 30%, and then our next step will be there. And this is basically given to now private agencies. So it is totally independent and transparent system. Then the SSS, student satisfaction survey, it is again given to the private authority. So for this you need to work hard. We need to we need to motivate student. We need to take the awareness program for this SSS. Seventh is on-site visit by the NAAC. Already your college is accredited, so you know this. And finally, the NAAC announcement of institutional grading. So this is a process. So on more extension level, the NAAC rounds off its certification in 3 levels: IIQA, institutional information of quality assessment, and SSR; DVV, that is data validation and verification; and SSS, and on-site assessment expert examination. So this process is already told. So assessment outcome: part 1 is peer team report, part 2 is system generated quality profile, and part 3 is institutional grade sheet. Okay, so this cumulative calculation will be done, and then your score will be communicated to you. So the final grade, on the score of 4, so final grade will be assigned, like A double plus for 3.51 to 4, then A plus 3.26 to 3.50, then A, so Al-Ameen is A grade, so 3.1 to 3.25. And likewise, this 7 point refers to the 7 letter grades assigned to the 7 specific score range. So at last, it's my duty to tell all of you there's new initiatives by NAAC. So SSR mock test is now a new initiative. So through sample SSR form, HEI can understand the actual process of SSR filing and analyze the performance of quantitative metrics after submitting the test form. So we can have that mock test. So our IQAC or other senior faculty members they can sit together and they can give this. They can go for this SSR mock test. Then integration of NEP 2020 guideline in the ANA process, so that institutional preparedness for national education policy is also going on in the NAAC. Exclusive and specialized manuals NAAC is preparing. Then institutional initiatives for electoral literacy is also a new initiative by NAAC. And finally, the Margadarshan scheme, mentor-mentee scheme. So like our college can be a mentor for some other small or the colleges in the vicinity of our Nagpur or Vidarbha. So that Margadarshan scheme is already there in AICT. Now it is included in the NAAC. Okay. So what I say, what is the goal of this NAAC and all this NIRF and NBA? And so basically, the answer of the question is already there in our Vishnu Puran, and that is Tatkarma Yanna Bandhaya Sa Vidyaya Vimuktaye Aya Saya Param Karma Vidyanna Shelpa Nepunam Sa Vidyaya Vimuktaye. It is the goal of this education system. Action is that which does not promote attachment, that is the knowledge which liberates one from the bondage. All other action is mere effort. All other knowledge is merely skill and craftsmanship. कर्म वही है जो बंधन का कारण न हो, और विद्या भी वही है जो मुक्ति की साधिका हो. So our national education policy is basically reaching to Sa Vidyaya Vimuktaye. Our education system should be free from the government. It should not be a government job to run the institution, to fund the institutions. Okay, so we should be Atmanirbhar through this Sa Vidyaya Vimuktaye. So I appeal the institutes like you, the Al-Ameen College or Ramdev Baba College also, that we can do lot many things. Yes, your college is in the south region, our college is in the mid of the India. So what I should call, I should request that yes, we are engineering colleges, you are not engineering institute, technical institute, but we should collaborate. Okay, Means some ideas are there in the other colleges like arts, science, and commerce. Those ideas can be incorporated technically through by the engineering institutes, and that is what is expected in the new education policy. So I again thank to the Lina Varghese ma'am, Junaid sir for inviting me for this talk. And in the near future, I means if your college is if your management permits, then we should have a MOU kind of thing to promote this collaboration type of work of two institutes. So with these words, I stop. Thank you. Vande Mataram. If any question is there, I am happy to answer.
Questions, please.
Okay, so thank you for the very elaborative session on the accreditation and assessment process. So actually, we are very happy to inform that our proposal for acting as a mentoring institution has been approved by NAAC. So it's very happy and glad news for all of us. Uh, then, yeah. We are moving forward with the details. Only back 2 days back, we received the approval letter from NAAC. Then. On behalf of the whole institution, we are very much happy to have you here, sir, for giving us, we all know that only a few sessions who are very closely related with the SSR filing and the criteria, know about what in detail the changes have been made. So by your elaborative session, we are I think all of the participants who have joined online as well as the offline, they came to know about the very important changes that has happened. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
I request Assistant Professor Nasla K.A. To propose a vote of thanks.
Honorable dignitaries, distinguished guests, their colleagues and their participants. It's such an honor for me today and opportunity to propose a vote of thanks to Dr. Balchandran Haridas, Assistant Professor, Sri Ramdev Baba, College of Engineering and Management, Nagpur. On behalf of Al-Ameen College, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Sir who has spared his precious time from his busy schedule to grace this occasion and enlighten all of us with ideas on assessment and accreditation methodology in revised accreditation framework. Your presentation on assessment of NAAC criteria based on revised accreditation framework was really fruitful, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to express my gratitude to all esteemed delegates of this seminar for the presence and contribution. I would further extend hearty thanks to all participants for their active participation. Thank you everyone. Once again, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We'll be taking a short tea break now. After the tea break, all are requested to assemble back here for our second technical session on curriculum restructuring.
Lina ma'am, thank you. I will,
Hello, my test. Test.
Welcome back to the two-day national seminar on quality enhancement and sustainability in higher education institutions. Our second technical session on curriculum restructuring will be led by Dr. Ramachandran. He is the advisor of India Africa Institute of Education Planning and Administration. I request Assistant Professor Amira V to introduce the speaker to the gathering.
Good morning all. It's a great honor to welcome the speaker of the session, Curriculum Restructuring, Professor A. Ramachandran, an eminent educationalist and academician. He has been a member of the Drafting Committee for National Educational Policy 2020. We welcome you, sir, to the second technical session of National Seminar on Quality Enhancement and Sustainability in Higher Educational Institutions. So, over to you, sir.
Thanks very much. I'm deliberately not using the PowerPoint for two reasons. One, many of you could not read the figures one. It was too small. Second, during my United Nations career, I used to be part of a training team. My leadership tell me, Ramachandran, when you give a lecture, if you don't want to use your head, use overhead. And the overhead is PowerPoint. So today I will use my head, no overhead. Let me begin. When we were drafting the policy, we used to remember an example from industrial and organizational psychology. That example was something like this. In the United States of America, in a company, a machine went out of order. Something went wrong. The company chief executive officer asked a few engineers to come and have a look at the machine and make it functional again. They could not do it. Then came an ordinary mechanic. He said, "Sir, may I have a look at the machine?" He tapped many places with his fingers. Then he asked the CEO, "May I have a hammer, hammer to hit?" He was given a hammer and he hit the machine at 3 places. The machine started functioning. He went back and sent a bill for $1,000. The company CEO said, "For hitting 3 times, you are charging $1,000? That is too much." He said, "Sir, for hitting 3 times, I charge only $30, $10 per hit. To find out where exactly I should hit, I charge $970. So finding out where exactly should I hit is more important to solve a problem, a real life problem. There's a feeling in the whole country. We produce a large number of graduates from colleges like Al-Ameen and all. They can hit, they know how to hit, but quite a few of them don't know where exactly to hit. That means they cannot diagnose a problem and solve a real life problem. So the first task for all of us in curriculum restructuring is to create graduates who can not only hit, but can find out where exactly we should hit to seek solutions to a real life problem. The policy has 3 words, very important. The first sentence is, the purpose of policy or education is to recognize, identify, and nurture or foster the unique capabilities of each student to promote his or her holistic development. The term holistic development is very important. That means the main goal of the curriculum is to promote holistic development. This is one word. What do we mean by the term holistic development? In a simple form, it means the education programs you and I conduct should promote all capacities of human beings, all capacities. Number 1, intellectual capacity. Number 2, physical capacity or physical development. Number 3, social development. Number 4, emotional development. Number 5, aesthetic development. Number 6, ethical development. Number 7, moral development. All in an integrated manner. The student who passes out from a college should be developed intellectually, aesthetically, physically, socially, emotionally, ethically, and morally. This cannot be done by teaching only physics or language or economics or music or finance. This needs multidisciplinarity, not just learning one subject. That is why we are now talking about multidisciplinarity, because we want our students to develop holistically and not just one area of physics or chemistry or mathematics or economics. This is one aspect. The second word in the policy, which was mentioned here also earlier, flexibility. Flexibility to choose courses across sciences, humanities, the arts, social sciences, and so on. What does that mean? A student of physics in her department will say, I want to major in physics, but I want to minor in music. I may minor in visual art. I may minor in a vocational program. That means a multidisciplinary approach with flexibility in choice of courses across the sciences, across humanities, social sciences, the arts. I look forward to the day when your college has economics major or physics major. The minor is music. Many of you sing songs very well. Why not give credit to that? Or visual art, or performing art like theatre. I'll come back to that later. So flexibility, holistic development, flexibility. Next is whatever you and I do in the classroom and in the college should honor equity and inclusion, honor student diversity. All students are different, diverse way of thinking. I am using the word honor, not manage, not address. Diversity is an asset, and we honor that diversity. I made a lot of mistakes in my career earlier. When I joined NCERT long back, the first assignment given to me was to prepare a script for a program to eradicate malaria. 20 minutes video program. I was a trained script writer. I thought to explain it is a particular kind of mosquito which carries malaria. I took close-up. When you take close-up of a mosquito will be seen as big. Some mosquitoes sit parallel to the ground, some angle to the ground. Explain the whole thing. And then I asked a question. What steps should you take to prevent malaria? I took this program to Delhi Public School. The program worked very well. After that, I thought my lesson was very good. I took this program to Sambalpur, Orissa, a tribal area. I showed the same video, 20 minutes video, asked the same question, what steps would you take to prevent malaria? I got a very funny answer. Sir, we don't need to take any steps. I said, why? We will never get malaria. I said, why? Sir, we have only very small mosquitoes here. You know, they saw on the screen, close up, huge mosquitoes. They thought they bring malaria and not the small mosquito. Why this happened? I made a mistake. When I focused on a mosquito, I should have focused on a small mosquito and gradually zoom into that. So the small mosquito becomes bigger and bigger, then explain. Then when I zoom out again, from big mosquito to small mosquito again, I did that. Went back to Gulbarga and Sambalpur again, worked very well. I made a mistake. I did not do what you call an audience profile study to find out the diversity in socio-economic intellectual background. Your students, many master's program students, are first generation learners, first time from the family going for a master's program. They need a different kind of exposure, different kind of pedagogy. That's what we need to do when we design the curriculum. What do I mean by the term curriculum? In a simple form, we use it casually. it means the totality of learning experience provided to our students. Organized, planned, unplanned, and so on. Totality of learning experiences. The way children think, students think, very different. During my posting in China, as part of United Nations, 6 years I spent in China, I used to go to college and school very often. That was a time when China was trying to make students learn English. One day when I went to first year of undergraduate program, they were teaching English language. They were asking students to make words out of alphabets, like A for apple, A for ant, B for bat, B for boy, B for bus, kind of a thing. Sitting there for 20 minutes, I went and wrote the alphabet M. I asked a boy called Chang, Chang, what is this? Chang said, sir, in a typical communist form, said, sir, M for mother with a fish type. I went and wrote the alphabet W. I asked a girl called Lee, what is this Lee? Lee looked at it very carefully and told me, I could follow Mandarin a little bit. Sir, it looks like Chang's mother, but she is upside down. So upside down mother is W, the real mother is the M1. Look at the diversity in thinking. Then I tried to find out how did they teach English alphabet. The first alphabet taught was not A, it was O. I said, why O? Sir, teacher asked students, a lot of women wear bangles. Can you draw the picture of a bangle? They drew the picture of a bangle. Either it is a circle or O alphabet in English. Then the teacher said, let us play with this bangle. If I break the bangle on the right side, what does that become? O from O, if I break it right side, C. So second alphabet was C, first was O. Then to this broken bangle, a line was drawn from top to bottom, became D. If you extend line further, G. If you extend line this way, Q. If you draw a line on the left side, B. If you extend the line further, P. Look at very innovative way of teaching the alphabets. Then once all these were done, of course, then sequencing came A, B, C, D, E up to Z. That kind of thing we are looking at. Diversity of students. If you are teaching in Wayanad, well, you have one approach. If you are teaching fishermen in Millennium, another approach. Can you link it with the fisheries? Can you link it with the traditional tribal thing in Wayanad and so on? That is what we call honoring student diversity. Next word, the policy, autonomy. We want the affiliating system under Mahatma Gandhi University or Kerala University to be discontinued in about 10 years' time. This college, we would like to be an autonomous college or a constituent college. Autonomous means you get autonomy to design your courses within the overall framework of what we call National Higher Education Qualification Framework, which will be out very soon. then you can design courses, you teach faculty, you assess. You don't need assessment by Mahatma Gandhi University. You can assess by yourself. Department of Physics will assess the students according to. You might say, oh, will there be complaint? Be transparent. Like the courses I teach, I tell students, you can bring books to the classroom when you write exam. People thought I was crazy. I let students to bring books to the classroom to write exam. Students are very happy. When they saw the question paper, they realized they cannot pass the exam by reading that book. All the questions were application oriented and not theoretical. I'll come back to that later. So, autonomy to college, autonomy to faculty, to design, teach, and assess courses. That should be the aim in about 10 years' time. The part of affiliation will go away. There will be no affiliated colleges. Either you become constituent college of Mahatma Gandhi University or Kerala University or Madras University and so on. Or you become autonomous with a student of 3,500 minimum. You are now 1,500 this college. The challenge for you is, can I make it 3,500, 4,000 soon? Then you award the degree. That is a scenario coming up in future, next 10 years. That freedom you will have. Academic autonomy means curriculum restructuring, renewal, you can do it within the UGC framework of National Higher Education Qualification Framework. That is a challenge you and I will have in future. And that's the kind of thing. So, keywords, holistic development, I reiterate that intellectually, aesthetically, physically, emotionally, socially, ethically, morally developed. This cannot be done only by learning one subject area, only by majoring in one subject area. You need multidisciplinarity. You might say, my college is multidisciplinary because I have physics departments, I have chemistry department, I have Malayalam department, I have Tamil department. That doesn't make it multidisciplinary. If I say Al-Ameen college is multidisciplinary, the condition is students of undergraduate program should be capable of opting for courses across the sciences, across the arts, humanities, social sciences, vocational, and therefore a student of physics, I have 60 credits. I'll come back to it later. I know many of you are not used to that terminology. A 24 credit program, maybe in music, maybe in visual art, like painting, the beautiful painting of Abdul Kalam Azad at the back, that kind of a thing. Maybe theatre, drama, maybe a vocational course, hospitality management, hotel management. Then the college becomes multidisciplinary. Not just having departments of physics, others. Students should be given opportunities to opt courses across disciplines. And again, it doesn't have to be only by a college like Al-Ameen College. You might say a 4 credit program of Al-Ameen students can be taken in Maharaja's College, Ernakulam, or a foreign university, a 4 credit program online. That means dual degree or a course in Jawaharlal University and Al-Ameen College and Jawaharlal University will jointly award the degree. Then all programs need not be like the way face to face. We may go for a hybrid approach. After the course, a few credits online. So online and offline becomes a hybrid approach. Again, you can take online programs of Indira Gandhi National Open University. Let me now get credit. What do we mean by the term credit? If you teach a taught course 15 hours in a semester, that means 15 to 16 weeks a semester, 4 months. If you take 15 hours, that becomes 1 credit. If you take a course of 15 hours duration, taught course, like the way I do now, it is 1 credit. If you do practical in physics laboratory, chemistry laboratory, that is practical, that is 30 hours per 16 weeks. That is 1 credit. So practical, double the time. Theory, 15 to 16 hours. According to the National Credit Framework, which will be out very soon, every college should offer programs with a minimum of 20 credits. 20 credits means theory, let's say 25% practical, theory 75%. You work out how many hours will you need. Like when I say a 4 credit program, 48 hours or 45 hours can be contact like this, lecture, tutorials, so on. 25%, 1 credit could be practical, that means 30 hours. We also want now, all your learning will not be in the classroom. Gradually we want 25% of credit to be earned through what you call, what is mentioned, experiential learning or field-based learning. Al-Ameen might say, go to fisheries community nearby Kochi, study what are the problems, come back, write a project of innovation to solve the problem of fishermen folk. That is 30 hours per credit, not more. So you find that if you say 4th credit program, it will be minimum 45 plus 30, 75 hours. Then you earn 1 credit. So we all have to move towards credit maybe by next year. If you don't do it, students from this college may not be able to get into a college in Delhi. When you go, they'll ask, how many credits have you accrued? And if you say, oh, I have done marks, doesn't make a sense. The marks will be used to declare the credit, but 15 hours per semester. So what first change is, we move from year-based curricula to semester-based curricula. 16 weeks in a semester. So 32 weeks you spend. That is the first change. This is what I call first transformative initiative to move towards curriculum reform. That moving from yearly approach to semester-wise and credit-wise. In the UGC now, I have to member of the committee. Minimum 20 credits you have to offer. And for that, minimum 40 hours of instruction, both practical and theory. Al-Ameen college will work 6 days a week. We need to get 40 hours a week. If you work 6 days, it could be, if you work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. If you work 7 hours, 5.5 days a week. But total instructional time would be around 40 hours per week. That's the curricular scenario. All of us spend minimum 20 credit, minimum 40 hours of instruction. But if you want to increase 2 credits more, say 20 to 20 credit, fair enough, that flexibility will give you. That is left to the college or the university to determine. And therefore, colleges like ours, first task, number 1 action, make this a large multidisciplinary college or university. Minimum have 3,500, 4,000 students to make it economically viable, administratively feasible, and so on. That is the first change. Second, curricular requirement. Introduce 4-year undergraduate program. Not 3 years, you can exit after 3 years, no problem. 4-year undergraduate program. That means minimum 160 credits. With multiple exit and re-entry options. You complete 2 semesters, 40 credits, and somebody says, due to some reason, I want to take off for 1 or 2 years. Maybe marriage or illness and so on. Currently, it is not permitted. If you leave after first year, what you have certificate? Higher secondary certificate. Now, after completing first year, 2 semesters, the student will be given an undergraduate certificate. Undergraduate certificate. Then to make the student employable, give 4 credit internship in an artisan, in a firm, in an industry, in a software company. That makes that person with what we call employability skills. But we don't want to leave permanently. When they leave, we say, do come back in 3 years. Do come back in 3 years. The credits earned, 20 credits, 24 credits, will be put in what we call academic bank of credit. All students of this college will have an account in the academic bank of credit. If a student leaves, 24 credits in the academic bank of credit. She comes back after 2 years. She can retrieve the credit and start from where she left. That is the flexibility we want. This is the key aspect of curricular reform. If you leave after 2 years, that is 4 semesters with a 4-credit internship, you will be awarded a diploma in higher education. So you don't lose. You can have certificate after 1 year, diploma after 2 years, and if you leave, come back again after 2 years, no problem. You will accrue 44 credits. You can continue from where we left. If you complete 3 years, you get a bachelor degree, like the way you get now. If you continue in the 4th year, you will enter either BA, BSc honors or BA, BSc honors with research. You take a 12-credit research project. We will get a 4-year undergraduate degree that we call BA, BSc, BCom, BBA with research or with honors. All those who come in the 1st year may not continue in the 4th year. We need a minimum of 7.5, what you call cumulative grade point average, CGPA. And if you take a BA, BSc honors with research, the master's program, MA program, MSc program will be 1 year, not 2 years. So if you offer 4-year undergraduate program, a college like this will have 1-year master's program for those who completed 4 years, 2-year master's program for those who completed 3 years program. Look at the flexibility for students. Then there is also one more. You can also directly enter PhD after 4 years BA honors with research. If you have done a good project, straight away go to PhD. No MPhil, nothing. That depends upon the kind of project you have. That is a scenario. In 10 years' time, all will have to move towards this. And I am glad to see that many colleges in Kerala are now thinking about it. And the university has to be involved in the process. So changes plenty. If you don't change, the students from Kerala will be at a disadvantage as compared to many other places. The next element, the students are changing drastically. Who are the students who come to your classes now? Not like us. They are born and raised in a technology-rich environment. Very tech-savvy students. I give example of my granddaughter, 8-year-old granddaughter. She came 2 years ago from America, first time to India. I asked her, where are you coming? She said, I'm coming to India. I said, which place in India? That I don't know. My grandson told her, you are going to the capital city of India. The moment she got that capital city of India, she said, Grandpa, give me 10 seconds. Opened her iPad, Googled capital city of India, she got New Delhi. So, she said, I'm coming to New Delhi. Then, we were checking into Taj Lanson Hotel in Mumbai. She asked the first question to manager, Uncle, what is the Wi-Fi code of this hotel? A 5-year-old Good. He said, why are you so fond of that? I want to talk to my friend in San Diego using a Wi-Fi, which is free. When she was in kindergarten, I asked her, what is 10 plus 20 plus 30 equal to? Grandpa, give me 5 seconds. Open that bag. 10 plus 20 plus 30. 60. Then my son asked, what kind of question should we ask her to make her solve a problem? I said, like, I'm managing using Kerala Congress, say Bharatapura. There is a village on one side of Bharatapura. On the other side of Bharatapura, there is a school. Children cross the river Bharatapura and come to school. I said, 3 children come to school crossing Bharatapura on a boat. The 3 students, one weighs 10 units, other weighs 20 units, third one weighs 30 units. So what is total number of weight? Total weight 10 plus 20 plus 30. They took a boat which could carry 60 units of weight. They crossed the river, came to school. In the evening, when they wanted to go back to village, other side of Bharatapura, the big boat capsized. It was not available. There was only a small boat which could carry a weight of only 30 units, not 60 units. 3 children, 60 units. So we have a boat, only 30 units. I asked her, how all 3 children can cross the river and go home? Open the iPad, try to Google, say, Grandpa, Google doesn't give answer for this. So I did time. She took 50 minutes and came out with an answer. Grandpa, I have found a solution. Any idea how we can do it? Crossing the river using a 30 units boat and not 60 units. 3 children have to cross, 10 units, 20 units, 30 units. She said, Grandpa, in one trip I can't do it. First, the 10 and 20 will take the boat. Cross the river. 10 will remain the other side of the river. 20 will bring the boat back. 20 will remain this side, school side again. 30 will take the boat and go. Then 10 will come back. 10 and 20 will take the boat and go 5 times, 5 trips. This is what we call problem solving. In a real life situation, that is the curriculum reform. We want to create problem solvers. 3 weeks later, I asked the same question to her again. In 5 seconds, she answered. I asked, on that day it took 15 minutes, today only 5 seconds. She told me, Grandpa, it is in my memory. Today I am not solving a problem. I am using my rote learning, memory. So today it is not a problem. What is the message for real life? If you ask a problem solving question, never repeat that. If you repeat that, what was a problem solving becomes just recall, simple recall. In fact, many of those who go to coaching classes to pass exam are of that nature. They are taught to solve variety of problems and so on. So, for real life as faculty, every time we need to search for unfamiliar context and a new question. Never repeat the question. If you repeat, you are testing rote learning, memory oriented, and not problem solving. That's the thing we are talking now. That major change in curriculum approach, reform, structuring, is what we call outcome-based approach to education. Outcome, a measurable or an observable action. Based on that, you and I design our assessment program. Outcomes can be many. So, I'll take only a few of them, since time is short. There are many learning outcomes related to the subject areas or disciplinary areas you and I teach, or interdisciplinary areas you and I teach. I am using three terms now: disciplinary, interdisciplinary, there is one more, transdisciplinary. What are the differences between them? I'll give a crude example to you, we will not forget. Adapted from a person called Park and Cho. Multidisciplinary is something like the salad we eat. We eat salad for lunch, dinner. What does it contain? It contains cucumber, it contains tomato, contains carrot, and so on, capsicum. You can see them separately, as carrots, as cucumber, as tomato, but together, when we eat, it gives a salad taste. That means they retain the separate entity as boundary area. Then together they become multidisciplinary. An example. In New York, I was going to an investment bank. When I entered, they were preparing financial models. They were designing financial models. I found 3 economists, 3 physicists, 3 computer designers. I said, I understand the need for economists and computer designers. What do these physics people do here? I got the answer. The volatility of market can be explained through Brownian motion in physics. Look at it. They work together as a multidisciplinary team. Computer designers, economists, and physicists. Together they produced a product, a financing model. That's when it becomes interdisciplinary. So, an interdisciplinary is like our sambar or dal tadka. In a sambar, when you have it in the morning with the dosha, you cannot distinguish between the ingredients of sambar. They join together, like coriander, pepper, and all. Together they give you the taste of sambar. You can distinguish the boundaries of pepper or salt and everything. Exactly this is. Say, genders or women's studies, for instance. It will have gender aspect, psychological aspect, biological aspect, statistical aspects. They all join together to make what we call women's studies. So women's studies is an interdisciplinary subject matter. Or Bachelor of Business Administration. Several things we teach, an interdisciplinary approach. So in an interdisciplinary approach, the boundaries of discipline gets blurred. Together, they produce the result. That's the kind of thing we are talking. The third terminology is transdisciplinary. It is something like the cake we eat. In a cake, when you look at cake, you cannot distinguish between any ingredient of the cake. What part is young, you can't find out. What part is the other aspects of cake? Together, they blend together and try to give a taste of cake or solve a problem. Many disciplines join together. Like if you are talking about soil fertility, there is element of agriculture, there is element of chemistry. Together, they make a solution to a problem. So I would say, college like Al-Ameen needs a salad, needs a dal tadka or sambar, needs cake. That means you need to offer multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary courses. That's the curriculum restructure we are talking about. Not just in one discipline, like physics or chemistry. So, the challenge for you and I is not only to become multidisciplinary college, but also multidisciplinary programs. Then the question will come, what portion of this should be allocated, structure, curriculum structure? We agree in future a semester program will be minimum 20 credits. That means 600 hours of instruction. 600 hours. If you take 15 weeks, if you take 16 weeks, 640 hours of instruction. That means 20 credits. Then the national credit framework demand match. If you don't adopt that next year, you will be left behind, our colleges. Next month, it will be released. I had some meetings with them that time. Then we have a national higher education qualification framework for undergraduate program first year, second year, third year, fourth year. Then 1 year masters, 2 year masters, then doctoral program. We don't want MPhil program in future. Within that framework, the learning outcomes will be looked at. Generic learning outcome. Now I come back to that. As I told you earlier, a curriculum will consist of, I'm talking college undergraduate curriculum, will have one major 60 credits. You can have 2 minors. One could be music or one could be mathematics. One could be visual art. 24 credit. That means when you pass out, you will be a painter, an artist. You can have around 18 credits, a vocational program. The college can offer hospitality program or computer science program. You have major economics, minor 24 credit computer science. And one thing our friend didn't say, the engineering degree, mechanical engineering, no students now. 90% of engineering students now opt for computer science, computer design. So, mechanically students, no students, many departments closed in the country. So what I suggest therefore is, offer the mechanical engineering and a minor computer science, then they come back. I was talking to Rajgiri Engineering College to get students, how do you do it? So here, one minor could be a vocational program like computer science. I want computer design courses, not science alone. We train students to become programmers. You know what are they called in America? IT coolies. You know, coolie, they're taking all load, not designers. So our computer science courses now should be focused more on design and not just programming. Curriculum reform should look at that. And Infosys says, those who passed out the computer science degree, not employable. Infosys gives additional 6 months course to make them employable. So, curricular reform must be done. So that is the thing we are talking about. Then we want some language courses focused on communication skills, say about 8 credit program. But those who want to take, many can be take Malayalam as a minor, 20-24 credit, fine. Or English language, I want to take more, 24 credits. Or Malayalam can be a major, it is 60 credits. English can be a major. That freedom is given. One change in the system is now students entering the college has to opt for a major. Oh, I want to study physics, chemistry. Now what we do is, we teach them basic courses in sciences, humanities, social sciences in the first semester and second semester. At the end of second semester, the student might say, Madam, I want to change my major. I thought I would study physics or economics. Now I want to change. Now it is not permitted. Next year onwards, it will be permitted. At the end of second semester, a student says, I want to change my major. It is possible now. Now, in the current scenario, MG University doesn't allow it. That is a kind of flexibility you want. Make the education program, the word was used, more learner-centric and not system-centric. Faculty and this like. So second semester ends, says, Madam, I want to change from economics to mathematics. Or mathematics to music. That freedom will be given to students now. So what is the implication of that? Now you are admitting students to departments. Department of Physics, Department of Chemistry, Biology, Sociology, Psychology, and so on. In future, you will admit students to the School of Undergraduate Studies. You may create a new school, School of Undergraduate Studies, they will coordinate. And if the students decide on the major, then they become part of a department. If a student asks for physics, her department. Somebody else, language department, that department. So the students should be made the focus, student-centric, freedom to change major at the end of it. Like my son went into America to study computer science. After one semester, he sent an email to me, I'm not enjoying it too much in front of a computer. I want to change my major. he changed, took economics and mathematics, double major, and subsidiaries like humanities, social science, and law. Thirdly, when he reached, he found computer science is useful. He said, I want to take up additional course in computer science. 8 credit program, 12 credit program. So ultimately, he had a graduate degree with economics, mathematics, and computer science. Change midstream. We don't allow that now. Why can't we do that? So, facilities must be available to change mid-course and then see how our graduation can be modified to do that. That is the major curricular reform in terms of flexibility. We also want to teach understanding India, the constitutional, ecological, financial part of India. So a 2 to 4 credit program on understanding India. Then 25% of our learning field-based, not sitting in classroom. Some problems related to economics or physics or chemistry can be done. Field-based, let them not sit in the classroom and they bring out a project. Like the Tata Institute of Social Science in Mumbai, they introduced what they call field action project. That kind of thing. You also have field-based learning projects. You can see that then community engagement and service. Like the students of a college like this, Al-Ameen, will spend some time to mentor school students to improve their learning. They will participate in National Service Scheme, credit-based to credit. Then they take it more serious. A 3 credit course compulsory on environmental education, environmental science. This is a Supreme Court decision. So you have to introduce 2 to 3 credit program on environmental education. That's the reform we are talking about. So you see the change taking place. And therefore, move towards outcome-based education. A few outcomes I list. Number 1, all students, all graduates should have what we call graduate attributes. Number 1, everybody should acquire and be able to demonstrate a coherent knowledge and understanding of a disciplinary, interdisciplinary area of study. If you are physics, relation between mechanics, heat, sound, and so on. If you take chemistry, linkage between physical chemistry, inorganic chemistry, organic chemistry, pharmaceutical chemistry, analytical chemistry, and so on. If you take life science, linkage between zoology and botany, and a few subject areas within that. This is one learning outcome. Every student who gets out of college should be able to acquire and demonstrate. The word demonstrate is very important. Something which can be observed, something which can be measured. That must be done. Second, procedural knowledge. Every student should be able to acquire and demonstrate procedural knowledge. If you are talking about construction of a bridge or a house, what knowledge is required for that? To be a construction engineer, to be a person who can build a bridge, not like the engineers who built Palayamuttam bridge. It collapses. A bridge which doesn't collapse. Can we do that? That is procedural knowledge. Third, skills for that. Can this person be given an internship with an artist to draw painting, to construct a bridge? That is skills. And fourth, application. Can we make a student apply the knowledge and skills acquired to solve a real life problem? Like a student of chemistry looks around industrial effluents in Kochi. Can I do something about it? There are colleges in Maharashtra, the college projects, they survey 30-40 kilometer radius and then identify an issue, and students design innovation to solve that problem. So we want a student who has acquired and capable of demonstrating a coherent knowledge of a disciplinary area, number one. Two, procedural knowledge, how to become professional in that area. Three, skills related to the task, to perform a task. Four, apply what is learned. These are outcomes related to disciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary areas. Second is more important. All students of our college, whichever subject they have taken, Malayalam, Hindi, English, art, science, all should attend some of the things I am not telling. They should be having problem-solving skills. They should be able to solve a problem solver. That is our challenge. Can we make our students, by the time they get out, a problem solver? Next, critical thinking. Like the budget was presented by the Kerala government just 3 days ago. Your economy students, can they analyze the budget and say, is it inflationary? Is it job oriented? Will it lead to jobless growth? A critical thinking of the budget process. Third, creative thinking. You ask your students in your college to redesign the logo, what you see here. You will get 1,500 logos if you are in Al-Ameen college. According to their creativity, no single answer. But according to their creativity, they design a logo of the college. Can they be creative thinkers? Can they be skilled communicators? Can they communicate well, say in Malayalam or Tamil or Hindi or English? Can they do it? I have an example to you. I finished my school education in Kerala, a good school in Payyanur. I went to the regional college education in Mysore for my 4-year degree. My English was okay, but not well refined. I had a professor from Oxford, Professor Brown. He had a pedagogy of teaching English language. If you speak wrong pronunciation or wrong word, wrong grammar, correct the student on the spot. Even it may be embarrassing for the student. One day I reached 30 seconds late to his class, early morning 8:30. At the door I asked, President Ram, can I come in please? President Ram replied, you can, but you may not. So I didn't get what he said. I thought I made a mistake in my text. So I said, President Ram, could I come in please? Reply came, you could, but you might not. So I was wondering why, and my friends were laughing at me. Then I realized, can, may not, could, might not. It is asking permission. It's not can I come in, could I come in. Seeking permission is may I come in. I asked President Ram, may I come in please? He said, please do come in. Look at the refined language. And that's the kind of a thing we're talking. Skilled communication, both in writing and in spoken form. Can our student be very good at, say, the regional language, also good at the English language if they want to learn, but communicate very well. So in the that is the one. Third, team player. The Japanese have a nice say about India. They say every Indian is twice the Japanese if they work individually. But if they join together, they become half of Japanese. We try to outsmart each other. No desire to play as a member of team. And that should be taught at the college level school. Therefore, physical education, sports and games, very important. When you play football or soccer, the person has the ball near the net. The last minute, instead of kicking at the goal, he passes on to somebody. Self-plus team spirit. That team victory is important. So therefore, this is what we call sports integrated pedagogy. Integrate sports to generate a learning outcome like coordination within team spirit, and so on. Next, every student who come to us should be digitally literate, digitally skilled. Like my granddaughter, she thinks I'm completely outdated, and she fixes in my phone different kind of apps whenever she comes. And I was impressed by her thing. I had COVID when they came in August. This 8-year-old girl to go as a bystander. Every morning she would do antigen test on me, say still positive. Once in 3 days she did RT-PCR test, said still not negative. 5th day she did again. Say, grandpa, now you are 19, fair enough. A girl of 8 years could do antigen test, RT-PCR test. I asked, how did you learn? She's a member of the Scouts and Guides program. They teach. Every week, there's a dog shelter. She takes a dog and walks it around for 45 minutes to teach empathy for animals. Look at that thing, it's not running costly. That's the kind of thing we want. Do our students have empathy, cognitive ability? Then this girl, this student who comes to the class, they are born and raised in technology environment. They will use technologies in 5 years, which have not been invented so far. You don't know what will happen to mobile phone after 5 years. Then, many of our students will enter jobs which don't exist now. Your faculty now, or all of us, may not be required to deliver a lesson. It can be done by a robot. Then you may ask, will I lose my job? You will become designer for robot. Lessons. Robot will deliver. When I went 2 years in China, again I found robots teaching. They were doing very fine. But who designs the lesson? It's a teacher. So not replacing faculty, but complementing the work of technology-based learning. So what can we do? These days I experience one thing. I go to a class in the university. I sent the PPT slides 3 weeks in advance. I enter the class. They say, sir, we went through your PPT, we have learned it. If you want, you can ask a few questions. Then I said, what shall we do today? Sir, we want this to be learned, not what you planned. This is going to happen to all of you. You enter the class, students will tell you, madam, we have learned this through internet and all. Can I have a new lesson on this? When I had it, in 5 minutes I recovered. In 5 minutes I prepared for my new topic, lesson, delivered. This is going to happen to all of us. They have easy access to internet and all. They are ahead of us. And they come well prepared. We must be able to answer those questions, new lessons. This is what we call non-routine task. You prepare a lesson plan, you find they want to change. This is going to happen to me. 3 times this has happened recently. So one should have a breadth of knowledge. That's a control reform. Why are we talking multidisciplinary? One is, I want to have my students with a breadth of knowledge and depth also. That means to stick with this program in a disciplinary, interdisciplinary areas. Then to have breadth, I want 2 minors, or you can think of 2 majors, course on understanding India, languages, basic programs related to humanities social science. This is proposed to enhance the breadth of students. When you say quality education, that is it. I think somebody said quality is an abstract concept. We can make it concrete. When you say quality education, there are 6 parameters. Number 1, the education programs we impart should be relevant to the national development goals. We want to enhance our GDP to 5 trillion in a few years. Can education contribute to that national development goals? Second, can we make our education programs outcome-oriented and enable learners to attain the education objectives, to be a responsible citizen, to be a problem solver, to be a critical thinker, to be a creative thinker, to be a person with ethical and moral reasoning. Moral reasoning is very important. That kind of a thing. And then comes the next element that in terms of the learning outcomes we are talking about. I think there was a mention about quality I'm talking. So number 1, relevant to national objectives. Number 2, enabling students to attain educational objectives. Number 3, a program mediated by appropriate inputs and processes. That's a quality education. Number 4, resource efficient. You can attain quality by spending too much money, that is waste of money. Can we attain the learning outcomes by spending the opportunity? Meet the needs of all students and diversify students. That is quality. Then, can we have international speakers? Either through internet and everything. That is also quality education. Then lastly, all students attain the defined or specified learning outcomes. So quality can be made complete. So if I assess Al-Ameen College, I'll go by that. Can we achieve excellence in 7 parameters? Number 1, student excellence. Can all our students demonstrate the learning attributes? Number 2, academic excellence. 3 aspects of that. Number 1, curricular excellence of learning contents. We don't use outdated contents, learning contents. The teacher could be through media, could be through face-to-face and so on. Third, can we enhance the relevance of assessment? The education policy talks 3 kinds of assessment. Assessment as learning. You and I assess. Can students use it as learning? Second, for learning. Formatic, periodic assessment which help a teacher and a student to learn further. Assessment for learning. So assessment as learning, of learning, for learning. More importance in future, assessment for learning. Formative assessment. And make mid-course corrections in the system. So that's the kind of we are talking. So that is academic excellence. Third, faculty excellence. Like if I advise you to start new program, 4-year program, I'd say take 1 year to reorient faculty like you and me, and then introduce the course design and so on. This is what we call faculty excellence. Give time for faculty improvement program and so on. Fourth, excellence in research and scholarship. Every institution should promote excellence in research and scholarship. 5, staff excellence. Not only faculty excellence, non-teaching staff excellence is also very important. They contribute a lot to the improvement of programs of students in a college like this. Next, international experience. Can some students go out 2 weeks, 3 weeks, learn further? Last, before one, excellence in governance, leadership, and management. NAAC indicated that. Question comes, I asked the question, what is the difference between overall governance, leadership, and management? Overall governance is like your syndicate, senate, and so on. Even though I will criticize, we are not in favor of syndicate, senate, and all. Every college should have only 2 bodies. One, a board of governance with a sponsor and all. Second, a good academic council. Independent academics, no politician. There can be a politician who is academically sound, but not just for the sake of that. So therefore, we consider gradually the current syndicate system may have to go and bring independent academics in the academic council and so on. That is governance. Leadership. Who is a leader? A leader is one who sets the vision and the mission of the college or university. Then she puts up a team to achieve that mission. Puts up a good team. The job of a leader is that. Then the job of leader, 10 years from now, where would a college like Al-Ameen College would reach? That is the job of a leader, a vision setter, kind of a thing. Putting a team together, good faculty trained. Manager is the one who implements the program following rules and regulations. Like when you appoint faculty, are you following UGC regulations? The job of manager is that. Like principal present here, she may be both a leader and also a manager. So there is a distinct difference between governance, leadership, and management. Can you change it? That's the kind of thing we are looking at it. So we want student excellence, academic excellence, which includes learning content excellence, teaching excellence, and other things. We want excellence in research scholarship. We should pursue excellence in staff excellence, faculty excellence. We should pursue international experience, excellence in leadership management, and then the means for that is academic excellence is curriculum restructure. So since the time is short, I think I want some questions from you. And if for time being I stop at this stage, ask anything you want. Go ahead, ask questions, anything you like for a few minutes. Don't hesitate. Yes, madam.
Hello, sir. You said, I have two questions actually. You said that in future there is an option where we can change our major. If we are not interested in the course that we have taken, we can change our major. So would that affect our employability or the employment of the students? And my second question is not regarding the higher education institutions. It is regarding the curricular structure in general. So, our curriculum structuring is covers students from the Anganwadi or preschool time. But a child's development is at its peak when it is 2 years old. So, would they be included in our curriculum as well? Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Thank you for asking this. The first thing, if you change, will I lose my job? No. I have a new major coming. It depends upon that. And you will now teach, currently, the social science students learn science. In future, they will learn science also. Maybe 8 credit courses. So there will be no worry about losing job or less credit. See, the credit includes 25% practical. That means teacher engagement will increase because of practical, not just theory. So therefore, if you prepare a good institutional development plan with a variety of courses, there will be no problem at all. What we want is student-centric education. If a student fails in physics at the end of second semester, no point in pushing the student to a third semester physics major. If she wants to change, let her change. It will be an additional program. Employability of the student will increase, not decline. Because there will be, when I say employability attributes, it includes the four things I made in terms of disciplinary, interdisciplinary study. But employability skills are those like problem solving, critical thinking, creative thinking, digital skill, ethical and moral reasoning, communication skills, judgment and decision making. These are what we call employability skills. One more thing, I'm glad you asked this question. What we want our students to be through curricular interventions? Entrepreneurial skills and mindset. Entrepreneurial skill means a basket of courses which create or enable a student to opt for an entrepreneur. Like if you talk about hospitality or hotel management, let them not go for wage employment. Can they start a restaurant? When I ask this question, they say, sir, is it not risky? This is mindset. They have skills, but they don't have the mindset to start a self-employment venture. And I have been interacting, many have now started self-employment. Therefore, the mindset is for all, as you rightly said, from kindergarten onwards. The national curriculum training, spoken, written ability, right from age 3 onwards. Then proceed in a hierarchical spiral form up to grade 12 and subsequently undergraduate level. So that's the time we're talking. These competencies are common for all students. Every student who comes out should be a problem solver, critical thinker, creative thinker, and so on. They are the major employability skills now. In future, jobs will be technology enabled. You cannot have scripted work. You have to change, moving from hands-on and things. I think our friend talked about Bloom's taxonomy. I asked a question. When I say, what is taxonomy? They say Bloom's taxonomy. But we had Mahatma Gandhi much before Benjamin Bloom. When Mahatma Gandhi said 3 H's, head, heart, hand. Head means cognitive, intellectual. Heart means attitude, affective, emotional. Hand means psychomotor. So Mahatma Gandhi was the first to talk about a kind of a taxonomy. So that's the kind we are talking about it. So create a student who possesses a wide array of knowledge and skills and multidisciplinarity and choice of subjects enable the student to do that. And that is the hallmark of the new policy as well. Thank you for raising this question. Thank you very much. Yes, ask more, anything you want. Anything. I want you to be also a problem seeker. I know lunch is waiting, and whatever I have not dealt with will be taken care of by Dr. Shakila Samsu, who will be here very soon.
Actually, this as in the integrated course, the first year, first 2 semesters, for all the disciplines, we'll be teaching the same syllabus.
Thank you. Good question.
Otherwise, how will we change the, if we change the major, how can we have the idea of?
Good that you asked a question. In the 4-year program, we will be naming the courses in terms of understudies 200 series, 300 series, 400 series. 0 to 99 series will be prerequisite. Somebody who did not learn mathematics as senior secondary, the person wants to take a 8 credit or 4 credit program in mathematics, prerequisite to learn economics or engineering kind of thing. First semester will be what we call 100 series course. The difficulty level, say microeconomics, not high level, basic courses. Then if they want to continue from that to 200 series, they can. But if they want to continue 200 series, they have to complete 100 series course. Third year, more difficult, 300 series course. Fourth year, 400 series. Masters, 500 series. The courses will be now graded according to difficulty level. So when you change, for instance, when you change from physics to economics, what will happen is they have to have the prerequisite 100 series courses to continue economics. They change the major. It's not that they can start 200 series without 100 series. It will be graded difficulty level. So that is how these options are given. Thank you for raising. I would have missed it otherwise. Good. Any more?
So one more question. We are all eagerly and over and above, we are anxiously waiting up to see what all changes are going to happen. But the thing you have mentioned is that, for example, like to think about the management side, if a student is choosing a major, like I am from a commerce background, so he is choosing a major as commerce from commerce, and if he is interested to do a course in theatre, and certain theatre facility is not available in this institution, so what will be the
Glad you asked this question. Thank you. If this college doesn't have a person teach, say, theatre, they have something called now process of practice. Doesn't need PhD and all. You get somebody from Kalamandalam, for instance. They can teach the program. Or this college and another college can join and have a music or dance or theatre student. In a phased manner, you find out, can we have a cluster of colleges around this? Can we share teachers? I know it is easy in government system, but the managing is safe can also be done. So all subject areas you may not start right in the beginning, 23, 24. By 2029, 30, can we have this training arrangement? Or music course you are not able to offer, can they get a music course, another college in Al-Ameen? And this is what you call training arrangement. A 4 credit, 8 credit program may be offered by Cochin University, taken a course there, and here, after 160 credits, you offer 75% here, 25% can be elsewhere as well. Can be online, offline also. Credit can be accumulated and use that for awarding degree, a kind of a dual institution. So I have an institutional development plan. Which year I can do it? Next year, how many courses I can offer? 2025, how many courses? How the option can be provided? That freedom is given to the colleges. But make a move towards that by making certain courses optional to be taken up by students in a sequential form. Good point you asked. Ask like that more questions related to implementation. Don't get frightened, it will be, you can even ask questions in Malayalam, no problem. But the only thing is, online people may not follow it.
anyone else?
We will continue some of these things during Shakiraji's session as well.
I think we can after this. Yeah.
So to sum up, I urge you, number one, move towards becoming a multidisciplinary college by allowing students to take courses across sciences, social sciences, humanities, languages, and so on. Second, move towards a 4-year undergraduate program with a minimum of 20 credits per semester. That means move towards semester system very soon. That can be done next year itself. And from the yearly approach, maybe move towards semester system. There are multiple exit and re-entry options. You exit after first year, second year, come back again. Can you provide? You may ask the next question, will there be seats? Provide 10% superannuary seats in every discipline. That will have re-entry coming. And the re-entry doesn't have to be only from your college students. A Maharaja's college student says, I have completed 2 semesters there. Can I join 3rd semester in Al-Ameen college? Yes, encourage that. It is possible. And so, multiple exit and re-entry options. Can we provide that? Then move towards an outcome-based approach to education at all levels. Can we specify the outcomes of our courses? And can we assess that? Then next reform, move towards with a focus on assessment as learning, of learning, for learning. I am asked a question, who does this very often in the real life? I'll end with an example. The one who does assessment as learning is the one who cuts our hair. Now when you go to hairdressing, she or he takes the comb first, then cuts, again the comb follows to find out, have I cut correctly? So the comb and the scissor removes 20-30 tons. At the end, in Kerala, they show a mirror at the back. Madam, is it okay? Sir, have you cut it? This is what we call somatic assessment, assessment of learning. But more important, assessment for learning, mid-course corrections. This is like when we cook, when we make sambar, how many times we taste to see whether pepper is okay, whether salt is okay. This is what we call formative assessment. At the end, you ask your sister or brother, can you taste it? Is it okay? That is somatic assessment. So it is practice. Get that into the education system. So, when you say curricular restructuring and reform, it means learning contents to be reformed, what we teach. Learning strategies to be reformed, learning environment to be reformed, learning assessment to be reformed. So when you say curricular restructuring, it involves enhancing quality of students, quality of learning environment, quality of teaching learning process, quality of assessment, and so on. It needs a package and not one by one. So can we introduce a package and use the institutional development plan? So that's the idea of a full-fledged curricular reform. Thank you very much for your kind listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That was a very captivating session indeed. I invite Dr. Latif to propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. K. Ramachandran, delegates from various institutions, and my dear colleagues, good afternoon to all. Today, we are fortunate to be able to attend the session conducted by Dr. K. Ramachandran on curriculum restructuring. Sir explained about the importance of restructuring education system at the present scenario in a well-structured manner. He emphasized the importance to promote holistic development of students, flexibility to choose courses, outcome-based education, importance of multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary courses. He also described National Education Qualification Framework in detail, as well as explained the importance of experiential learning and skill-based education. I hope all the participants truly benefited from this session. On behalf of Al-Ameen fraternity and all the participants, I express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Ramachandran for the exemplary speech. Thank you, sir. Also, my sincere thanks to all the participants for the active participation and the patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That brings us to the end of the 4-minute session. We will take a lunch break now. Lunch has been arranged at room number 112 for everyone. Please note. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the session of the tuition institutions. Our third technical session will be handled by Dr. Shakila T. Shamsu, former officer on special. I invite Dr. Srija S. to introduce the guests to the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. In the morning session, we have completed 2 technical talks, and now we have a renowned guest, Dr. Shakila. He has been the secretary to the committee to draft National Education Policy. She was also the nodal officer of the flagship Government of India scheme admissions program and annual refresher program in teaching that many of you be familiar with, and faculty induction program that were implemented during her tenure. Prior to this, she held senior positions such as Officer on Special Duty on the 12th rank in the Ministry of Education and Joint Advisor and Policy Making, Teacher Education, ICT, and Open and Distance Learning and Inclusive Education. Her academic career spans over 39 in the University of Mumbai and IGNOU and over 14 years in the Government of India. She holds a PhD in Education, Governance for Masters of Political Science. She has to her credit a number of articles in international journals, book contributions, and was involved in the preparation of 11th and 12th plan and several government reports on education. She has been a member of various committees of the Government of India, State Selection Committee for Fulbright Fellowship, etc. With very with heart, I extend our wholehearted welcome to you, ma'am. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and let me at the outset itself mention to you that I have a very bad throat and therefore my voice must be sounding quite hoarse, and I am a European program. If you could specify that also, I'd be happy to know. Any training or any capacity building program that you have attended? No?
Training programs already attended, and agriculture university on my subjects.
Okay. Yeah, it could be your own discipline also. Please share that information. It gives us an idea as to how many of you are actually having exposure to some faculty development. Okay. Thank you.
Myself, Lesba, I'm from the Department of Biotechnology. I have been here for 1 year.
That's all. Okay. No training. No training so far. Any induction program you attended?
I have attended by Al-Ameen College class.
Okay.
Myself, Lenisha, doctorate in biotechnology. And we are from.
Is this a co-ed college or a women's college?
It's a mix of co-education.
But we seem to be having largely faculty who are located male also there. I think he's in a minority, yeah. Okay, so it's good to see a male in a minority, sure.
Actually, is from the Department of Biotechnology, and I am here since 2017.
What about the person next to you? I don't think you introduced yourself. You did? Okay.
Myself, Sandhya Amos from Department of Biotechnology. I have been here for 4 years.
Your training so far?
I have attended an international seminar on my topic of biotechnology.
Okay.
2 months.
You presented a paper there or you only attended?
My name is Reshma Davis. I joined temporarily last month. Like to a maternity leave by the faculty inside department, biotechnology department. I was in NAAC college, Presidential College.
Okay.
Thank you.
Myself, I am from the Department of Chemistry. I am having 25 years in service.
35 years?
25 years.
25 years. And how many training programs in this silver line that you have?
I have attended a orientation programs.
That is from the UGC one?
Yes.
Okay.
She's a vice president.
Okay, good to know that.
I'm Dr. Reshma from Department of Chemistry. I just learned.
Okay, and what are you teaching here? Chemistry.
From South Indian Bihar.
BWOC. Which subject you teach?
Radio program production. Radio program production.
Radio program production.
Myself, Olga, from Department of Mathematics. 8 years experience.
8 years.
Myself, Dr. Shadia, I am here for the last 5 years.
Okay.
Department of Chemistry.
Department of Computer Science. I am completed in 6 years. Distance in Al-Ameen.
I didn't get you my name. Can you say that again?
I am currently learning Department of Computer Science. I am completed 6 years in Al-Ameen.
You have completed 6
Computer Science.
Okay.
Myself, Sultan Anas, from CS department, from the science department. I joined here on the last month.
Myself, Remya, the computer science department. I'm 7 years of experience here.
Myself, Amreshwari, from the education department. My experience.
I am Mohammed Faris in Commerce Department. I joined here before 1 year.
You joined here how many years?
Before 1 year. This academic year. Yeah.
I am Mohammed Bilal from Department of Commerce, Computer Application. I completed 4 years.
Because that is, we offer commerce with computer applications. Okay, that's the combination. They have not introduced it.
Myself, Abhisha Menon, from Computer Science Department. I am here. I'm joining the last.
Yes, 11 years. Have you attended any training program?
PP program, e-content.
E-content.
Myself, Shainu Dekar from Cost Department, specializing in Eco Taxation, Finance and Taxation. I have been working since 2011. Last 11 years I have been working there. Actually, I affiliated program on e-content development and national seminar conducted by IQAC College of NEP.
On NEP. When was this seminar on NEP conducted?
Last October.
Last October.
Myself, Chitra. I have worked 4 months here.
Nandita from Department of Physics. I have completed 10 years. Myself, Ranjini from Physics.
Nandwar,
Okay, sure.
faculty at Sound Engineering Department, and I have been working here since 2020.
2021. Which department you are?
Sound Engineering Department.
Sound engineer.
Yeah, we
Okay,
work sound
that's,
engineering.
we work sound engineer. Oh, great.
Myself, Anjali from Computer Science Department. 1 year. Myself, Nazia. Working for 7 months. I've been working here for 1 year. I have done 2 national seminars and 1 international seminar. I have done various NPTEL courses, and last December I done a PVP as well.
I think there's someone there who didn't introduce himself. There was only one name. No, you're looking at the back. Did you introduce yourself? Yourself, yeah. Did you introduce yourself? Oh.
Hello ma'am, my name is Aarti Ravi. I've been working here for the last 1 year. I did one national seminar here and one international seminar.
I'm Beatrice. I'm working in CS department, Computer Science department. I've been working 22 years.
For 22 years? Yeah. You look pretty young for 22 years, I must say that.
My name is Surabhi. I'm from Department of Applications. I'm here since last year. I am Shamira from Computer Science Department. We have 8 years experience.
Myself, Surya, from the Department of Computer Science, 8 years experience.
I am Tanuja from Department of Mathematics. I have joined here June 2020. Rana, I'm Aishwarya Vishwanan from the Department of English. I've been working here for 6 years and I attended one national seminar conducted by Indian College, which was last year. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Akhila from Department of English. I've been working here for the last 1.5 years.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Myself Shaini Sen, faculty of Tourism Department, and I have been working here for the past 6 years.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Dr. Mary Pedro. I have total 37 years of experience and I am working here since 2019.
Hold it closer to you. Hold the mic.
I am Dani, Department of Commerce. I have 28 years of experience.
Oh, great.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Husna from Department of Commerce. I'm here from last
Department here. I joined here last month. I have total 1 year of experience. I have attended 3 national seminars. Thank you.
Are we done? I think so. Glad to meet all of you all, and I am a teacher, so I find it very difficult to talk to an audience I do not know. That's why I was particular about. I think there are some CAS participants who are there online too, but of course, let me not take more of your time. We are somewhere around 3-5 now. And Professor Ramachandran ji over here, we work together on the policy, and I'm sure he's already covered a lot of ground on the curriculum that we are envisaging in the 4-year undergraduate program. What I'm trying to do is to give you an overview of the policy and address the most evasive term of how do we bring out quality in our education system, and quality that even more evasive, that sustains itself, so that we are able to sort of address some of the challenges that we are facing, not just within the education system, but in we may have, and what are those reforms that the national education policy is talking about in terms of trying to bring about these quality transformative changes. I believe from the fact that all of you have mentioned about the seminars that you have attended, that you've all gone through that 66-page document called the National Education Policy 2020. You are also aware that as a policy, chronologically it is in the genesis, the third education policy of independent India, and the first being in 68, which is the outcome of the Kodani Commission report, the second coming out in 1986, and Dr. Ramachandran here has been associated with that policy formulation also, and the third, that is of 2020, and the first of the policy in the current century, that is 20 years into this 21st century, we brought out the first education policy, which is third in chronology, but is first in the 21st century. It was approved, as you know, in July 2020, and as we speak, more than almost 2.5 years since the policy has been approved. And many reforms are already on the sort of road in terms of trying to implement many of these recommendations. And as faculty, it is most important that you all try to understand the changes that are at a random, commonly or often check the University Grants Commission website. Do you all check it for updates? Does anyone over here check the UGC website for updates? You should be doing that. You see, it is very important. You all are attached to a college, affiliated to a university, no doubt. But you cannot remain in isolation from the changes that are being envisaged at the government level. As a regulator, since the University Grants Commission still continues to be the regulator for general education, with AICT coming in for technical and NCT coming in for teacher education, you must have a look at the guidelines that are commonly brought about by the University Grants Commission. So I urge each one of you to make yourself more empowered, more knowledgeable, that you have a look at the UGC website for their updates. Now coming to the National Education Policy 2020, this particular policy is commonly referred to as being a transformative policy and not just a reformative policy. The reason is reforms may often take place in very segmented manner, in very short areas. It's because it is covering the entire spectrum, right from early childhood care and education to the entire school education, with this new 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, which I'm sure all of you have heard about, which is a curricular and pedagogical restructuring of school education. Moving on to higher education. Within higher education, including professional education, that is technical education, legal education, medical education, agricultural education, looking at vocational education, adult education, teacher education, open and distance learning, cross-cutting themes of technology in education, research, languages and development of languages, technology, and I see a large number of faculty, and the importance of integrating technology and moving towards online education. So the NEP 2020, in a very brief document of 66 pages, and most importantly, of course, it also talks in terms of the range of changes and reforms. There are so many structural changes, so many process-oriented changes that the NEP is visualizing, that it is difficult to really just talk about some specificities and say that this is the only change that has happened. So, when we talk in terms of the NEP, you must understand a larger background. I'm sure all of you have asked yourselves this question. Why did the government think in terms of bringing out a new national education policy? What is it that prompted that decision to come up? And I'm not talking about it politically. You must understand that policy in any sector, whether it is trade, whether it is industry, whether it is youth, whether it is women and child, sports, any sector, policies are brought out as a response to the changes that happen within the society. And since changes are a commonly developing phenomenon and dynamic by nature, nothing remains static, and therefore, particularly in education, we cannot think of not changing in response to other changes that happen in other sectors. What are those changes? Over the turn of the century, we have moved from becoming an information-based society to a knowledge-based society. And I'm sure my throat might come in the way of my trying to cover entire points. But let me just, can I get some warm water if possible? When we say we move from an information-based society to a knowledge-based society, largely it means that the connectedness of knowledge domains and disciplines has resulted because we have become a knowledge-based economy or a knowledge-based society. That is, an information-based society was the advent of computers, internet, and so on, where information flowed at a very fast pace, which is what we saw during the 1990s and early 2000s. But by 2001 and more, as we move forward by about 2010 and so, we have transformed from an information-based society to a knowledge-based society, which talks about interdisciplinarity, cross-disciplinarity, multidisciplinarity, and moving towards holistic integrated learning. Now, I noticed in all of you, when you are introducing yourselves, one group of chemistry, one group of, let us say, computer science, English, you all sat department-wise. That's already segmented in your mind, where you cannot think in terms of moving and sitting along with other departments. Am I right? That's because traditionally we have made ourselves to believe that, our department, we handle only our department. Whereas when we are talking about a knowledge-based society, and that is the first quality of that is the first characteristic of moving towards a quality-based education, that you start thinking beyond silo-based, discipline-specific education to understanding the linkages between disciplines and how that cross-disciplines are interacting with each other, which is resulting in a broadness of that discipline, the breadth of that discipline enhancing itself, and also understanding new dimensions of that discipline. So two phenomena happen. So when you talk in terms of sustainability and looking towards sustainability and moving towards quality education, if Al-Ameen College continues to start thinking that we will only learn through departments which function as segmented, structured, and not at all having flexibility to interact with other disciplines, you will not move towards a qualitative form of education. That is the need of the 21st century. Calls for each one of us as faculty, and mind you, students are open to that, whereas we as faculty resist that. Why we resist that is because we have a tendency to be in a comfort zone in which the way we learned and the way we taught, we continue to start emulating that. Whereas we should be the harbingers of change, and if we have to be harbingers of change, we need to understand that we are living in a knowledge-based society, and in a knowledge-based society, today's employer is not looking at only the depth of knowledge of a student, but is also looking at the breadth of knowledge of a student. It is commonly referred to as not looking for I-shaped individuals, but looking for T-shaped individuals. The T standing for the breadth. So the interaction between economics and maybe machine learning, the interaction between sociology and maybe journalism, the interaction between engineering and maybe music, all disciplines. I'm not talking of only what is confined over here. So moving towards multidisciplinarity, cross-disciplinarity, interdisciplinarity is the first phenomenon of a knowledge-based society. The second aspect is that the manner in which we undertake learning, the learning as an aspect itself, the characteristics of learning itself is also multidimensional and it is not unidimensional. So, many of you are not coming in from the background of education as such, but in a very beautiful report commonly referred to as the Deloitte's Commission report, Learning in the 21st Century, and I urge each one of you to read through that. It's a very, it's something that will help you introspect and start understanding how you need to make learning more effective. That is, learning for the student's perspective and therefore to become more effective teachers. In that report, the title itself is very significant. Learning in the 21st Century, Learning the Treasure Within. That is the title of the report. And it refers to the 4 pillars of learning. Learning to know, which is the cognitive part of it, which deals with the facts and the knowledge and so on. Learning to do, which is the experiential, the practical, the skill-based part of it, which is the second dimension of it. Learning to live together and to live with others. You cannot have any learning happening in a strife-torn society where there is no compassion, where there is no tolerance, where there is no realization of sustainable living and sustainable societies. And finally, learning to be, which is the self-actualization of individual talents and potentials. That's what learning to be is. Each one of us have certain talents and potentials within us, and that potential has to be drawn out through the education system, which is what is articulated among the cardinal principles that this policy talks about. 22 cardinal principles that have been listed out in the very first chapter. The first principle saying that an education system should be able to recognize, identify and nurture the individual's unique potential to contribute to his or her holistic development. That is the learning to be. So the 4 pillars of learning: to know, to do, to live together and to live with others, and learning to be. These 4 aspects of the multidimensional aspects of learning, combined with the idea of multidisciplinarity in a knowledge-based society, are actually encapsulated through the reforms that we have brought about by moving towards flexibility in choices, flexibility in learning strategies, flexibility in the curricular choices, flexibility in the language options, flexibility in the assessment methodologies. What we are all recipients of, or are products of, all of us here, are products of a very structured system, where as an art student, I can only take specifically arts-related subjects. As a science student, restrict myself only to science-related subjects. Or as a commerce student, only to that. Engineering, agriculture, law, medicine, nursing, pharmacy, name any field, and then coming to the performing arts and the languages, we thought that these are all in watertight boxes and they do not permeate within each other. This is no longer going to be tenable if we need to make our students to be what we call futuristic or future ready for the challenges of a 21st century economy, where we not only should be able to have multiple sets of competencies and skills, their knowledge, their capabilities and their aptitudes, which are unique to each one of us. Every one of us has unique capabilities. These have to be maximized and brought to the most optimum level. Thank you. Let me just try and ask, am I making sense to you? You are able to gauge what I'm trying to say, because I'm actually asking you to reinvent the way you think. You are qualified as faculty by virtue of your academic qualifications. You have also gained experience of having taught for a certain time. What you have been teaching may have been correct in terms of the requirements of maybe the 20th century. But the right kind of things that you need to teach for making children who are born in this century to become globally armed citizens, in the sense productive individuals, you need to change your approaches, because that is what contributes to better quality of education. And education is not just for employment purposes. Education is also to become robust individuals with strong socio-emotional intelligence, to be able to adapt themselves to the new requirements. And because of the advent of disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning and robotics and big data and so on, the kind of jobs that we are talking about are possibly not even known. So you have now the latest, which is the chat GPT, which is the challenge today, where most of the engineering students are correcting their technical writing using that particular app. Now, you are talking in terms of using artificial intelligence, which is leading to driverless cars, which are leading to smart ways of homes being functioning. So the kind of jobs that these young students are likely to sort of, explore are very challenging, because machines and computer programs are doing many of the things that human intelligence was handling. And therefore, if they sit with learning only one particular knowledge domain, it is likely that they remain outdated. You are actually preparing them for a future which is 100% likely to result in their remaining jobless. Is that what we are here for as teachers? We are not here as teachers for that. We are here as teachers to ensure that we empower our students with the multiple sets of knowledge, skill sets, competencies, capabilities that will make them sort of address the kind of job requirements that are likely to come about in the future years. And please understand, we are all born in the 20th century, and all our students, the 17-year-old coming to you, is born after 2000, and they are born in this century. That gap that we have is one thing that we must realize. They were born with the internet, they were born with the mobile, they were born with gadgets. You and I are very hesitant to use these gadgets, but a 2-year-old in your house will effortlessly deal with a smartphone than many of us. That's because they are not scared of that technology at all. And because they are not scared of that technology, they will not understand if we sit with some age-old methodology. You need to engage them in a very active manner in the classroom situation. So understand the perspective of these two dimensions of knowledge and learning, and the kind of influence that disruptive technologies and all the new information and communication technology. The advantage is we have become a very globally connected world. So when there is a war in Ukraine, you know immediately which city is getting affected by that. When there is an earthquake in Syria or Turkey, you know it instantaneously. Thanks to technology and the passage of information, this comes to us instantaneously. But at the same time, just that information is coming to us instantaneously, we need to leverage that so that our students are competent enough for handling all these kind of changes, which is impacting the kind of job profiles and therefore the multiple sets of competencies that we have. Therefore, given this background, the NAP 2020 has, right from the school education, made out a strong case of a robust early childhood care and education based on the understanding that all the 3 R's of reading, writing and arithmetic, which is the basic foundational literacy and numeracy that we need to acquire, cannot happen at a subsequent age group, but happens maximum between the ages of 0 to 6. So we need to leverage that potential of the neural development that happens in a child's brain at that time to make them, prepare them to the learning, not do formal learning, but prepare the child to learn so that their assimilative capabilities are enhanced. And what their assimilative capabilities get enhanced at that particular age group is what then contributes to their becoming more, let us say, easy for them to learn more effectively as they go into higher classes. It's based on this that we are talking about the 4 stages of the 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, which is age related, and as age appropriate, the learning or the approaches to learning and the approaches to curricula has to be appropriate for those different age groups. I will not dwell much on that because I would rather talk about the dimensions of changes that are happening in higher education. And the first thing you must understand, right from the middle stage, that is from class 6, we are doing away with, and you may be having children who are studying in these classes. From class 6, we are implementing this hard separation between curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular to be completely done away with. And that children will be able to choose subjects like painting or drawing or carpentry or any languages or poetry or dramatics, and all this will have weightage. So any area in which a child, see the assumption that all children are identical, they are not robots. Somebody is good at music, somebody is good at playing a sport, somebody is good at mathematics, somebody is good at maybe saying understanding economics or physics or chemistry. Each child is unique in their abilities and their potential. What we have done is, we have made our mindset to think that in block, the number of you sitting here, if we assume are students, that all of you have similar likes and similar dislikes and similar potential, which is wrong. So if I treat all of you as one block and I address my teaching methods in that manner, the slow learner can never learn. Someone who is good at maths but not good at maths may not understand mathematics. Each subject, depending on the child's liking, potential and capability, we have to be as teachers, be capable of addressing that and allowing each child's potential to be optimized or maximized. So from class 6, you are seeing flexibility in curricular choices. When you give flexibility in curricular choices, we also need to have flexibility in the manner in which we assess the students, which is to move away from testing memory and rote-based learning, where I'm sure all of us have done to some extent maybe, but when you memorize something by merely going on repeating it 100 times, it doesn't pass through that grey matter in your head at all. It is just a mechanical approach in which you memorize it. You write the answer paper, 2 days later you ask the student would not be able to tell you what it was conceptual, because there was no relation or understanding of that particular concept or that knowledge or any other area. Therefore, we need to change the manner in which we teach our students. We need to focus not on testing their memory, but we need to make them active learners by giving them problems, by giving them questions which are seeking their critical analysis, by giving quizzes to them, by giving them activities by which they start actually testing their ability to really understand it and use it into real life situations. So from class 6, we are going to witness these changes, which goes on into the higher education, into the idea of a holistic, integrated, multidisciplinary undergraduate program. And Professor Ramachandran ji would have explained the curricular framework we are talking about of the 3-year, 4-year undergraduate program. I don't want to repeat that, but what we need to understand as faculty is that once the UGC announces that we will implement the 4-year undergraduate program, which I think in all probability might be from the coming academic session, even if you are affiliated to the MG University, you also need to start taking initiatives in the way in which you can start looking at the 4-year undergraduate program and allow students to take up disciplines. If it is computer science, like the bulk of you over here, but there is a student who says, I want to join, but take it in a multidisciplinary manner. I want to take computer science, but I want to learn English, I want to learn economics, and I want to learn maybe some other subject. Or maybe I want to learn even engineering, or I want to learn medicine. Now you'll ask this question, Al-Ameen is only having arts, science, commerce, and BVOC. How do we, so the policy tells, and the guidelines are also there, which says that you will enter into an academic arrangement, and the guidelines is for moving towards multidisciplinary institutions. Al-Ameen in, let us say in your vicinity, there are other colleges that are there. I think maybe 3 kilometers down the line you have Zain as an institute, maybe another 5 kilometers, maybe 2 kilometers you have UAL somewhere there. You have colleges in this vicinity which offer in other disciplines. We expect that institutions come into academic collaborations and arrangements with these institutions so that we can make it possible for students to take up multidisciplinary education. Which means we will actually, as faculty, when preparing a timetable, so the guidelines very clearly say, when preparing the timetable also, these institutions work together so that if students want to take up, let us say, a subject in law or a subject in management, which you don't have but is there nearby, or I don't know if there is any other performing arts or vocational, any other courses that are there in this vicinity. Let us say there is something for, there are already people here for journalism, but sound engineering is also here as part of BVOC. But if there are other areas, let us say hockey they want to learn, or they want to learn a sport, and there is some sports academy, then we are allowed to we are supposed to encourage students to take up all these courses. And we have to make the facilitations by entering into academic arrangements. So the 4-year program with the accumulation of 40 credits per year, which break up already about the core courses and common courses which Professor Ramachandran has already mentioned to you. We should be able to think of how Al-Ameen College can enter into academic arrangements. There can be bureaucratic issues there. MG University may say that no, you can only enter into academic arrangements with maybe colleges affiliated to them. Then UAS goes out of question, Zain goes out of question. Then, which is the other college that is there in this vicinity which offers engineering or technology? We do not know that. So, the state government and these institutions also, and mind you, from what I gather in Kerala, they are trying as far as possible to implement some of the positive aspects that they feel about the NUP. And if I gather from the speeches that many of the ministers and members have been mentioning, it appears that they are agreeable to the idea of moving towards multidisciplinary education. If we have to do that multidisciplinary, first of all, forget about the other institutions. Within your own college, I want you as faculty of different departments to start talking to each other. What is it that we can offer, where we can see, like you're saying, BCom with computer applications, or BCom with taxation, that is specific to that area. But suppose a BCom student wants to take up 3 subjects of commerce, but wants to take up, let us say, literature, or wants to take up sound engineering, or wants to take up, let us say, some other vocational subject like media or journalism or whatever is available. We as a college should be able to do that. So first thing you must understand what I said. If we are addressing quality, and we are addressing quality meant for actually a sustainable education system in the 21st century, we have to break from our rigid silo-based educational discipline specific to move towards multidisciplinary. Accept that we must give flexible choices for a rationing. What is the rationing? If I learn only commerce, or I learn only computer science, or I learn only sociology or economics or any other subject, when I go in for a job, that particular job profile might require me to have knowledge in multiple areas. And if a particular job profile, which let us say even mechanical engineering, is using a kind of a technology which has become outdated, and that student is not exposed to anything else but mechanical engineering, 100% that student, unless he upgrades the qualification or he reinvents himself or herself, is not likely to get jobs or is likely to be severely underemployed. Therefore, you may have a very highly qualified candidate, but taking up a job which is not at all. So, in one of the discussions that we had Kerala Public Service Commission one expert who was there for a position of an assistant in a Kerala government post. 40% of the applications were B.Tech graduates. Did they study engineering to become clerks? If that is what did their parents invest in, because our education system, children are not paying for their education like we do in the Western countries. We fund it, the parents fund it. They spent 4 years learning engineering, and at the end of it, they wanted to become a clerk. Is that the kind of equation between the job relevance and the qualification? And that will have to be addressed by moving in towards multidisciplinary. So the child who is studying even technology or in mechanical engineering, if the child has taken up, let us say, English language, or has learned, let us say, economics, or learned music, any of these areas, animation, multimedia, then that person can reinvent themselves for the changing job profiles. So the first thing is to accept that unless we make our institutions multidisciplinary, we will not be able to provide sustainable quality education. The second dimension is the role of the faculty itself. Or let me first talk about the student. Now, when we say that the student has multiple talents and potential, it is not just in academics. A child, and you are having the Kalautsam right now that is happening, and Kerala is blessed in that certain sense, because not many other states actually encourage all these arts. So Kalautsam is actually something that is there from the school over here, and I think that is now, it's also there for the college students, where we actually showcase children's talent in dramatics and dance and music and so many other areas. And it is, most of the education institutions here offer that, because you encourage eco clubs, youth clubs, dramatics clubs, and youth festivals, and so many activities by which children are able to channelize their other energies and so on. So we should build on that and try to also make that more relevant to maybe the changing requirements. So how do we use the various forms of multimedia? Like someone uses a TikTok or makes what you call that YouTube kind of a thing, or is a blogger. You need to make that more contemporary and more futuristic also. Provide optimal learning environments to students to address their other channels of expression in a creative manner, in sports, in many other areas. So educational institutions not only must encourage academics, but must also create optimal learning environments and address what is seen today as a major stress area of students crumbling under pressure and deciding to even take up their own lives, because the socio-emotional intelligence of our children is at a very, very low end. Why it is so? We are all fortunate to have been at a time when we lived in joint families, had people to share our concerns, but children born in the 21st century are usually isolated individuals. They go by their social media identities of 100 likes on Facebook, Instagram, not realizing that this is a virtual world and and they are not there for addressing some of your emotional crisis and so on. The next is they shift to drugs or substance abuse. In order to ensure that our children are given, I would say, counseling for their psychological and mental well-being, and we also say a healthy mind resides in a healthy body, encouraging sports and physical education, doing not just career counseling and academic counseling, but also counseling for addressing the social-emotional needs of students, trying to observe the students. I don't think your work is only that 45 minutes that you teach in a class and walk out. You have a moral responsibility when you decided to become a teacher to mold the character of that child and to inculcate values in that child that will hold that student in good stead and handle crisis when they have to deal with crisis, not end their life when that crisis is there. And most of this isolation is happening because they are children born at the time when they were having the internet, the mobiles, and they are hooked on to that. How do we make that energies come out in a more positive manner? How do we try and enhance their social-emotional intelligence? So when we say create optimal learning environments, it is not just for academics, but it is also for giving opportunities for our young students to get expression of their various talents in creative fields, address their socio-emotional well-being, contribute to physical education and sports, which will help them also develop a healthy mind. Of course, we also talk in terms of nutrition, and under the common courses, we are talking about their value education, we are talking about their sensitivity to environment, to climate change. You see, these are contemporary things that they should be aware of, not just understanding what is computer science or what is commerce or what is English literature or even sound engineering or media. It's not just that area. They need to have many other ways in which they can explore their multiple talents. And you can see that all the television shows, which is of course quite, I do not subscribe to that view where you have very young children losing their innocence in trying to perform a dance or articulate a dialogue which is from the films, which is absolutely not in sync with that emotional growth that they have. But the idea is that these are also careers that have a lot of scope. At our times, if we said part padikkanam, dance padikkanam, that's all. That is no longer relevant today. If they have that talent, we must be able to encourage that talent, not at the cost of academics, but also allow for that talent. It is possible that the child has got a certain streak which can help them come up to that level, which is also important for us as faculty. If you are talking about sustainable quality, there are those who are the slow learners, those with the learning disabilities, those who cannot speak in English as the main language. We should be able to address all these barriers and help these children also to equally develop their, and please understand, just because I am speaking right now in English, we are privileged because we had a good English education. English knowledge is not equivalent to intelligence, and therefore student coming from a Malayalam medium or student coming from a Tamil background or coming from any other language background, just because they cannot articulate in English, we should not condemn that student as not having the intelligence in that subject. And that is why in higher education, for the first time we are saying we will offer undergraduate, postgraduate and doctoral programs in regional languages. And AICT is offering their engineering courses in 8 regional languages already. And there is nothing that stops us, because India is largely living in the rural areas. Many of them do not come into higher education because it is in English medium. Moment you say it is offered in regional languages, then even faculty will start honing their abilities to teach bilingually. And many of us may be knowing the language for communication, but may not be able to use that for teaching learning purposes. So we also need to do a capacity building for that. Now coming to, before going to the role of the faculty, I'll stop. Can I go on to 4 or will it be a bit too long? Shrija? You have a paper presentation, so you're just waiting to wind me up.
No, it's okay. We have already postponed. You can carry on.
You postponed the paper presentation?
Tomorrow.
Oh, okay. That gives a lot of space for us. No, but the problem is I don't want to go on, because we are teachers and the moment we get a platform, we will go on, we can go on talking 7 hours non-stop. From both of us, I think, have that ability to do that. But anyway, what I try to then talk about, before I talk about the changes that we want the faculty, is I think this is this a minority institution? Yes. Okay. So the aspect of equity and inclusion becomes very important, and that is also a part of sustainability. So the national education policy came in for a lot of criticism because of the fact that we were not talking about reservation at all. And I'm sure these are some very touchy areas on which, particularly in the state of Kerala, I knew that there has been a lot of flack that came out when the policy came into being. Firstly, let me clarify that policies do not talk about reservation. 68 policy, 86 policy, no policy. Why it doesn't talk is because reservation is mandated by the constitution. And no policy can bring out or articulate something that goes ultra-vires or against the spirit of the constitution. That is to be understood first and foremost. Other than this, 68 policy and 86 policy had subsections which talked about education of scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, women, children with disabilities, girls, all that was as separate subsections. When we were bringing out the policy, in the committee's report, the draft NEP's report, which is a 484-page document, a very voluminous document, the committee to draft the national education policy with Honorable Chairman Dr. K. Kasturirangan, which is a 9-member committee. That report used a nomenclature as underrepresented groups. Education of the underrepresented groups. This was the nomenclature we used in the committee's report. When we sought public feedback, we had a lot of negative feedback on that usage. One, because it is largely used in America and not contextualized to India. And they said traditionally we have been talking about SCs, STs, OBCs, minorities and so on. So let us use a nomenclature which relates to the Indian context. So in the policy, we evolved a new omnibus umbrella term, socially and economically disadvantaged groups, SCDGs. 2 chapters in the national education policy talk about equity and inclusion, chapter 6 in school education and chapter 14 in the higher education, as measures and special interventions to address the disparities or the lesser participation, educational participation of children or students belonging to the SCDGs, which is a term to include scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, OBCs, minorities, both linguistic and religious, children with disabilities, children with physical disabilities, learning disabilities, urban poor, women, transgenders, children of migrant population, children coming from vulnerable sections, those involved in human trafficking and so on. This entire category and those living in geographically remote, hilly, inaccessible regions. This entire categorization of students has been referred to as the SCDGs, and the policy articulates specific measures to enhance the educational participation of these children from the school education and also in the higher education through special interventions. The first is scholarships. Whatever existing scholarships, and let me also speak in the context of the contemporary controversy that is happening with the withdrawal of the Maulana Azad National Fellowships. And that is something which may be more political. But as far as the policy is concerned, we have said that we will like to enhance the kind of scholarships so that every meritorious student who does not have the means will be facilitated to access both school education and higher education. We also said that we will have special education zones in areas with a larger concentration of these categories of populations. That is, these categories of population, tribal areas, largely, let us say, linguistic minorities or religious minorities, wherever they are located in larger numbers, we will have special education zones so that more funds can be allocated to them for setting up more schools, for setting up hostels, for providing amenities of transportation, for providing free books, whatever is possible in those areas, so that there is a dedicated additional funding that can be provided to the special education zones. The next is the idea that we create social inclusion funds and gender inclusion funds. So just as we talk in terms of special education zones as region specific, this is category wise specific for social inclusion and for gender inclusion. But as I said, the policy is very clear. Yours is a aided college, right? And there are government colleges, and then there are pure private colleges. The policy does not make any distinction between aided institutions, government institutions, and private institutions. Same set of norms and standards will apply to all of them. And the same set of regulations will be followed by them, including private institutions providing scholarships to address the educational needs of the SCBG categories. All of them. The SCs, STs, OBCs, minorities, women, transgenders, all those categories. There can be scholarships, and we have also specified up to 50% we can provide in private institutions. We can even provide complete waiver of fees in the case of very specific cases, so that both private, public and aided institutions will try to increase the base of students coming into higher education. As far as this is important from the point of view of sustainability, the All India Survey of Higher Education, which is again in a controversy because I think they went around revising the GER for the previous 3 years. What they did is, in proportion to the population, normally GER is calculated as in higher education as a percentage of children in the age group of 18 to 23 in proportion to the projected population based on the census that is available and the census projection. We were using the 2001 census in the All India Survey for Higher Education in 1920 also. Now when we brought it out for 2021, since the 2011 census was already declared or is already out, those GERs also have been revised with a retrospective date because of that, and the current GER they say is 27.6. So we were about 37.5 million students in higher education. Maybe we are slightly on the higher side, around 40 million. I don't remember the exact absolute number, but 40. So now we are saying in our policy that by 2035 we will reach a GER of 50%. Now that is related to a school data also. By 2035, if we have to reach 50%, by 2030 we should have achieved universalization of secondary education. Because currently the transition rate is just about 67%. And if you want to have a GER of 50%, you would have to have at least 100% coming in from the secondary, because your input is to come in from the school education. So when you need to reach a GER of 50% from the point of view of equity and sustainability, you cannot have only the general category of students coming into higher education. You need to ensure that the proportion of students coming in from the SC, STs, OBCs, minorities, all of them have greater participation in the higher education system, so that you are able to address the larger numbers of students that come into the higher education. So for sustainability, no nation, and mind you, as a part of the SDG goals, and you should have a workshop on SDG goals itself. By 2030, SDG goal 4 with 10 sub-targets, 7 with minor sub-targets within the 7, clearly articulates to ensure inclusive and quality equitable education with lifelong learning opportunities for all. If you are talking as a nation that we are a signatory to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and you are talking about India becoming a world superpower with a $5 trillion economy and Indians' footprints being seen in every nook and corner of this world, and the soft power that the world is recognizing in each one of us, we must make concerted efforts to ensure equity and inclusion in higher education and ensure the participation of these sections of the society which are have handicaps or have shortcomings which prevent them from participation. It can be money, it can be gender, it can be caste, it can be language, it can be community. All these barriers we should be able to address and remove the disparities to allow them to have an equal participation along with their counterparts from the general population to participate in the higher education system, to be able to take up degrees of study in the higher education system. So, when you look at sustainability and when you look at quality, you have to include within itself equity and inclusion. The policy is also trying to bring about quality in education by moving towards integrating technology in education, including vocationalization within the mainstream education. So you must have a look at the UGC draft guidelines for the National Credit Framework, which is there on the website of the ministry. It's in a draft stage. The National Higher Education, Professor Ramachandran ji is there on most of these committees which UGC has been bringing out. So if you have sessions and if his time permits, but having said that, please have a look at these UGC guidelines which are there for the National Higher Education qualification, because we are integrating skill and main education together, and that is why I said merely talking of multidisciplinarity where we leave out skill-based education. And in a country like ours, just as much as you need engineers, you need people at the shop floor to look at the basic manufacturing and other activities. So you need people, just as you need doctors, you need nurses also, you need paramedics also. So you have to look at that entire chain. You cannot only have a top heavy with the labor force not being there at all. So the skill-based education, and let me also tell you that the blue collar or the white collar, all of them have to have the dignity. And basically, you need to have skill-based education not only being broadened, but also sort of reinventing itself with modern instrumentation and so on. So I was a part of the science, technology and innovation policy. And in that policy, we have clearly said that industries, scientific laboratories have to take on themselves the responsibility to provide for modern instrumentation labs, so that when they learn vocational subjects like plumbing and carpentry, they are not using old technologies which are no longer being used in any part of the world, particularly in the European, in Germany and Australia and all that. They are using absolutely modern technologies, and that is the kind of technology in which our vocational education also should take place. So integrating vocational education, broad-basing vocational education, making it a part of mainstream are all attempts to make quality education. And come about internationalization is another dimension of quality. You have UGC guidelines on cross-border higher education, which talks about dual degrees, twinning programs, joint degrees, setting up of an international students office, and also talking in terms of faculty exchanges and student exchanges, and you know the latest one, that is the entry of the foreign universities on our campuses. If anyone has a question on that, I'll talk, but let me not move away from my main part. All attempts to internationalize education, higher education, is a move towards improving the quality of education. The more exposure you have, and many would argue very conservatively saying that we are giving an unfair competition. There is nothing like an unfair competition. As long as the rules of the game are played by the same set of norms, and you are having the same set of rules applicable, competition is not a bad word. When you support Maradona or you support Neymar or you support any of the football players, you want that player to win because you are playing by certain rules of the game. And therefore competition, whether it's cricket or whether it's football or whether it's hockey, they are all healthy competition. Competition becomes a bad word if you make the rules for some and apply another set of rules for another. That is an unhealthy, unfair competition. But competition, whether it is for students, whether it is for faculty, whether it is for educational institutions, competition is a desirable thing because competition forces you to excel and therefore is a very important ingredient towards quality. And that is why internationalizing our curricula to meet for requirements that are globally relevant is also a part of internationalization. Now, let me come to the role of the faculty in trying to promote quality, and I'll just talk for 3 minutes and stop over here. When you want all these transformations to move to multidisciplinarity and so on and so forth, if the faculty continue to teach taking a duster and a chalk, I don't know whether you do that now, that's how I started my career. With a duster and a chalk, and when the 45 minutes class is over, I come out looking like a ghost with all the chalk powder on my hair. And my own family doctor saying, Shakira, you are not suited for teaching because you have a weak throat. And I said, nothing doing, teaching is my love and passion, and I do it. So, just that 45 minutes of class is not what we teachers are here for. Completely changed. The role of a teacher is not for giving information. Why? Because during our times we had to go for information to a library. Today what does the student do? Even as we speak, the student is using the mobile and can get more updated information on that than you can. By the time you search, it will take you 5 minutes, that will take only 30 seconds. Because he is more adept at using various forms of search engines, finding out ways in which YouTube is available on that, and so many ways in which that information is there. We are no longer as faculty there only for the role of passing on information. We are there to help the learners learn in a more effective manner with the objective of enhancing their learning outcomes. Someone mentioned that they have attended an outcome-based education. The entire curriculum framework we are looking at is looking at competencies which try to promote an outcome-based education. So the UGC has brought out the learning outcome-based curriculum framework in 100 disciplines, which will tell us that when we teach a certain discipline, what are those learning outcomes that the student should have acquired having learned that particular subject. If we have to do that, we ourselves should be able to first identify what are those basic skills or competencies or abilities or capabilities that the student should have. We move away from a very passive learning environment to creating active learning environments where the learner and the teacher are actively engaged in transacting the curriculum through various activities such as problem solving, group work, assignments which are given the previous day using a flipped classroom technique, ways in which the learner is not passively sitting and listening to a lecture. The way in which the learner also along with other learners are doing their activities, engaging with the curriculum. So you need to give them activities of that kind. Give them group work. It is difficult, no doubt. But I'm sure it is possible. If I was taking a workshop here, this is not how we would be sitting. I would be actually giving you all exercises in advance. I will ask you to make a presentation over here, and each one in your group, I would divide you into about 6 or 7 groups depending on the number of participants. Same way do it with the students. Because if students, they have come there, they are motivated. Okay? And that 18-year-old student, mind you, you must respect that student. We make very casual statement. Sorry, not in Hindi. Let's not make casual student comments about our learnings. An 18-year-old person is deciding the fate of the government. They exercise the right to vote. And that is the most important right that we can give an 18-year-old. Let us give credence to that student's individual esteem and ensure that the person's motivation, how do we encourage that? How do we sustain the student's motivation? If I'm simply coming from morning 7 o'clock to 12 o'clock, teachers were the what is that child going to learn? Each one of us engage that child, give them quizzes, give them problem solving activities. If you are teaching a subject in computer science, give them a problem, ask them to go outside, find out what is it. Let them interact with the environment around and let them come back and give you solutions. Give them group activities. So when we say active learning environments, flip your entire teaching strategies to becoming you yourself are like a learner in that journey, because you are also learning from the students' life experiences. In that manner, completely transform your classroom to a very vibrant classroom. So we are saying in the policy, we have to have energized, motivated and capable faculty. And for faculty to move towards this direction, that's why I asked you, how many of you have attended workshops and capacity building? This has to be trained first. We have got our qualification, but we have only got പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് വരുന്ന ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കണം 45 മിനിറ്റ് whatever it is ക്ലാസ് എടുക്കാൻ പോവുക ആ സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് ക്ലാസ് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ആ സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് എന്തുവാ ചെയ്യുക ഡിഗ്രി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ആ സ്റ്റുഡന്റ് എവിടെയാ പോവുക do any one of you know it? Have any one of you kept a track of your student? Yeah, because you're saying what are my concern? My job is to teach English literature. I taught English literature. That's it. If that is what you are there for, you have failed as a teacher. I'm making a very harsh comment. If we cannot trace where our students have gone, having completed a degree with a specialization, maybe commerce or computer science, that's what we do, right? Then if we do not know whether they are jobless, whether they are simply moving around doing nothing, then somewhere we have failed in our system. So take upon yourselves to become self-motivated, engage. How to do this? Today it is not necessary. You can self-learn it through lot of YouTubes, how to create it, how to use flipped classrooms, how do you integrate technology into the classroom. Use all these techniques so that you create active learning environments. So when we talk about quality, as I told in the beginning, it is the most evasive term. And if we need to bring about quality, as faculty, we must be quality faculty ourselves. And bring about these changes in our small minds, bring about these changes. The NEP has given you a canvas where you can use all these techniques. And don't say, like the MG University sammayikkunnilla, idu principal sammayikkunnilla, idu management sammayikkunnilla, nammade timetable. Where there is a problem, there is always a solution. Where if we have the will, we can always do it. Be innovative, be contemporary and futuristic in our thinking. And I am happy to see that all of you are actually sitting through a session post your lunch, and maybe sir may be half asleep listening to me, but all others over there are at least sitting with your this thing. But had this been a workshop, I would not do it in this way. But my role over here was to sensitize you and to make you inspired to start thinking, how do I become more effective as a teacher to ensure that we bring about quality through digitalization, through making people understand about social issues and not just focus on teaching alone, increase their research skills. So teaching, research, extension go together, the social engagement that we have, all this becoming a very contemporary part of our system. And move away. Next time if I am taking by, inshallah, by any God's chance of workshop here, and if all of you start introducing computer science on this side, English on this side, history, I will walk out of it. Because I don't want faculty to sit department-wise. I want faculty to be sitting merged together and to talk to each other. So please understand, my effort has been to break certain barriers in your mind and to start thinking in an innovative manner. Let me stop over here. I think I have spoken for non-stop about an hour. Thanks to the hot water also, and we are open for any interaction. Thank you very much. Yeah, question, sure.
Thank you, madam, for your elaborate discussion kind of speech. Actually, I have some questions. You are involved in the drafting of NEP, and when we go through this draft, we feel that many times many opportunities are taken away from us. See, our college is a minority institution, and we got enough grant from government since 12th plan of UGC. But all these grants are now taken away. And funding is the main problem that we are facing now. And so we feel that with the NEP, the government's policy of considering education as a responsibility of the government, does it change that now we feel that government is not taking education as the responsibility. You have to fund yourself. It is not our duty. Yeah, you have to find other ways to grab fund like that. But when we talk about this cluster colleges, when we talk about all the improvisation by this NEP, we need fund. And last morning also I called, but I didn't get an answer. See, in a country like India, a PhD person means we are not getting fund, or we are not getting money from our parents. We have to run the family. So the PhD scholarships are taken away. PMS, Central Sector Scholarship, Maulana Scholarship, everything is taken away. And see, our institution, we know that many of our students are socially, financially disadvantaged students coming from very remote places. Many of them are self-funding. So it is very easy to say that these are very good, but when we come to the reality, when we are facing the practical problems, how can we set up a laboratory like this? See, morning, the person from NAAC, they told you have to make collaborations with the corporates and grab funds from them. But see, now we know what is happening to the corporate, with the story of Al-Ameen. How can an institution like us grab such amount of huge fund from these corporates? We don't know. And every year we have to improve our lab facilities. We have to purchase more and more. We have to tune our infrastructure with the curriculum, everything. So what do you feel about all these things?
So I have nothing to deny what you are saying, Shrija, in terms of the fact that the policy itself in terms of financing of education has clearly said that we will achieve the long cherished goal of reaching 6% of the GDP, but your core concerns on one side, I don't think we have stopped the JRF and the SRF, but what has been withdrawn is the pre-metric scholarships, which I am aware of, and also the Maulana Azad fellowships that have been withdrawn. The other scholarships, they have not been withdrawn, and whatever has been recently answered by the Honorable Minister on the floor of the House as a justification for Maulana Azad withdrawal has also come in for a lot of time. And that has not anything to do with what we are saying in the policy. And the policy, there are two ways in which you must be able to distinguish, and that's not to escape from what you're asking. I speak about that because I work in the planning commission and I know how we look at finances. But the point remains that education as a subject remains in the concurrent list. And it is not just for the government of India, but also for the state governments. And state governments' share in the total expenditure on education has been in a varying manner, sometimes 3.78, sometimes 2.6. It has been in variation because we have so many states, and when you take statistics, you make it as a analysis across the nation, so the averages may be different. But a state like Tamil Nadu spends more than 20% of its expenditure, of the budgeted expenditure on education. Kerala also, I think, must be to somewhere in that range, but maybe because of the resource crunches that they are having now, maybe there is a lot of shortages that are there. But what I'm only trying to say is that these are practical realities that we are aware of. What is politically done, we do not link it to, it is nothing to do with the NAAC, let me put it like that. It is not that the policy has given the right to the government to withdraw scholarship. Policy has not said that you withdraw the scholarships for minorities or you withdraw the pre-metric. Policy has never articulated anything like that. The policy has been very clear in its articulation that we should promote equity. We need to find out ways to do that. In fact, we have said, as I told you, to enhance the scholarships. Whatever is being politically done, I am not a politician to sit here and talk about it, and I have no right to comment upon it. But this fact that how do we leverage funds? Adani may be an exception, at one time maybe Harshad Mehta was an exception, so you may have aberrations of this kind that happen across the world. But we have to understand that over a period, the point of sustainability that we are talking about, over a point of time, you may not find governments across the world, including India, being able to fund it other than the fact that when we encourage collaborations with industry, you need to think in terms, see, you are in a place, as coming into this area, I noticed that this is a place which has a lot of industries and some sort of corporate offices and so on. Across the way you can see them. They will have certain needs. Industry is getting graduates from where? From our higher education institutions. There is a social responsibility for them to also contribute to the educational infrastructure and therefore research, laboratories and so on. I have realized in my planning commission that we only think of funds that come from the department. And I am not trying to justify what the NAAC person is saying. And I am not trying to make out a case where it is possible for a college to go and approach Tatas or Birlas or look in your area. You are catering to the educational needs of a certain area. It's always geographic. And in this area, there will be certain needs that are there for the community, for the industry and so on. These industries have to start thinking that if Al-Ameen college is sitting here in between all of us and they need some funds, let us say you operate buses for the students. You are spending it from your own revenue, okay? You can ask some corporate office that we are only having one bus over here. At least take care of that. These are ancillary services. Core activities we cannot outsource. Ancillary services, which is being borne from our limited budget, when there is a shortage of funds, we have to start thinking of. Those are innovative ways of doing it. Similarly, I believe your college is how many years old? About 40 years old. There are people who have passed out of this place, who have made it in life. How strong is our alumni? Do we have an alumni? Do we know where they are? Are some of them today very successful? So the policy says private philanthropy is also encouraged. Why we were scared of private philanthropy was we were thinking that somebody will come and then they will take over the college and so on. But philanthropy is not like that. You are actually telling them, you studied from this college. Don't you feel to give it back in some small ways? This is one way in which here. So in the policy, we have talked about some very innovative ways in which we can think of. But to say that a government, a specific government, has done away with it is not the problem of the policy. It is a problem. It is maybe a scenario that we are living through in a given political regime. That's all. And we as academicians who are part of that cannot be saying that because we wrote this in the policy, that's where someone was saying unemployment is going up. Unemployment is going up maybe because of many other reasons. You cannot attribute that unemployment has gone up. There is no cause and effect relationship between a policy and that unemployment going up. But yes, if we do not become multidisciplinary, then you will find a causal relationship because we are not bringing about transformations that are needed. Therefore, our education system is not futuristic and therefore there can be unemployment. But the policy is not directly responsible for it. So, to make you understand, Shrija, I fully understand these problems. We are all aware of it. First and foremost, you will understand policies are always visionary documents, aspirational documents. And we do not restrict the aspiration to pragmatic problems. We will always look at aspiration from a larger perspective. Suppose a child is saying tomorrow I want to become Neymar or I want to become Cristiano Ronaldo or something. That's the child's aspiration. You cannot say no, you come from a small thing, father is an auto rickshaw driver. These are all stories where people have come out from adversity. So you can always aspire for the largest, for the highest excellence. And you cannot say no, because our budget is limited, we cannot write like this, we cannot bring out a policy like this. You cannot say that. Policies have to be aspirational by nature. You will have a lot of pragmatic problems, practical issues, but we should move towards that. But budget, let us be clear, we are not moving towards privatization if that is your concern. In fact, interestingly, when I was asked to speak at a typical program which was looking at Kerala's education, you know, the highest number of private institutions are in Kerala. You'll be surprised to know that. The number of private institutions, look at the All India Survey of Higher Education, not this one but the previous one also. The share of private education in schools, in technical education, in general education, in polytechnics, the share of private education is highest in a state like Kerala, which is generally seen as being more leftist in its approach, right? And Kerala also as a state, and I'm not making political statements here, Kerala also as a state is now realizing that we should have private universities, and there is nothing wrong. Private is not necessarily bad. Private, we are going into, as long as concerns of equity, fair play. So when health sector became privatized, and you have private hospitals, there are ethically run private hospitals, and there are unethically run private hospitals. Same in medical testing, whether it is laboratories. What abstains us from education? Education also, you have private schools, you have government schools, you have government aided schools. When we say, can we have only government? Can we stop aided altogether? Then will we reach access to education? We will not. Who will come and set up a college over here? If you ask government to come and set up. So when government sets up, they do it. The government is now saying aspirational districts. And these aspirations, something else, the present finance minister used another word. No, she said aspirational blocks also. From districts, we are also having aspirational blocks. So they are addressing education and health needs in this. You see why Kerala is ahead in health indicators, because our primary health centers do the best work. Why Kerala is good at literacy? Because we have the best Anganwadi system that we have. And our Anganwadi workers, they work for education also. And why that they perform well? Because it is down to the Panchayati Raj decentralized system where the Panchayat is responsible. People's involvement is the most important thing to make anything successful. But that doesn't mean that we cannot move towards privatization. And all private is not commercial. There are private institutions which work for the betterment and provide quality education, at the same time address the equity needs. But yes, these are practical problems, and let us also understand, Shrija, every problem we will have to find solutions, and solutions will emanate only when we try. Like I gave you examples, right from the time in Planning Commission, myself and our advisor, Professor Furqan and Dr. Chandramohan, on PPP in education. And Professor Ramachandran, you will hear me, reports after reports that we have written about public-private partnership. Now, even if PPP and the health sector may not take place like PPP in infrastructure like railways and airlines and so on. How did the airlines do that? They cross-subsidized. They said if you want to run as an airline, you will have to operate in such sectors where there are no airline connections. So they went into the smaller towns. It is always cross-subsidization like that. So same way over here also, when I say core services we cannot outsource, but ancillary services, hostel facilities, mess facilities, transportation facilities, the contractual staff that we get for maintenance, these are all where industry also needs to come, because industry is benefiting from the output of higher education. They are getting the benefit of it because we are contributing the manpower for them. So they should also have a social responsibility towards that. And today CSR funds are legitimized to use for all these purposes. Setting up a chair, you are saying, I am telling you multidisciplinarity. College can think of setting up a chair. That person's name is there. Because of that, that person will feel encouraged, okay, this industry somewhere will go around here, scout them. And mind you, this is also a work that the faculty has to do. Because if your college has to be self-sustaining, you must also work to getting in revenue, and revenue cannot come only from fees. Fees cannot, you cannot go on enhancing fees. You said your children are, the students who are coming here are people who cannot even afford it. Then you cannot go on jacking up the fees. You have to find other ways in which you need to get, and we have to also work for that. And you also, when we said we have to create an institutional development plan. Al-Ameen should see for itself from 3 years from now where you would like to see it going forward. So I don't have solutions to immediately tell you, but I am only trying to place before you the manner in which you can leverage funds.
I'll add one thing, Shija, since you asked a question. She mentioned one point, alumni. I'll give an example. I studied in an ordinary government primary school near Payyanur. The land belonged to a person. About 10 years ago, he took away the land. Then they had no money. What they did, they contacted all the alumni. I was one of the first to be contacted. They wanted to make a new building. I contributed. They made a building. Then came, the school had no playground. They needed 1.25 crore rupees to buy land. About 40 alumni got together. I was also one of them. Now the land is there. So look at a primary school. It's a government school. The head teacher was very resourceful. Now they want excellent computer lab. Now I am contributing one computer to them, like 50 of them. So the good source is alumni. I am Ahmedabad, Bangalore. They all raise huge amount of money through alumni. Why not alumni of this college? You chase, have a good record, and they will give money. Then as you said, there is no scholarship money. They contacted me. Can you give some scholarship? In my mother's name, I gave some amount. The interest of that is now used to pay scholarship. Variety of ways. And alumni, they are the real force. Find out where your alumni are and talk to them personally, they will contribute. So the policy never said, it's a wrong interpretation in Kerala, we are privatizing. No. We only said money must be available, variety of sources. Policy clearly says education is a public good, not a private. So money must be made available, and gradually that is possible. Now I am asked a question, why India is not making higher education free like Germany? In Germany, the tax to GDP ratio is about 45%. In India, it is 15%. So unless we raise the tax to GDP ratio, we will not have money. One should be looked at. I think, somebody talked yesterday about the latest budget. Taxing petrol. I looked at it, I found many people in Kerala are not paying GST properly. You collect GST, there will be money. We don't need to increase petrol price or diesel price. So there are different ways of resource mobilization. And I would say, track your alumni, make a request, you will find huge amount of money. In 1990, when the government of India did not have money to buy things more than 3 weeks, they contacted all of us. I was in Ethiopia. We all contributed in dollars. Within 4 days, they could make $12 billion. The Indians outside the country. So it's possible. Fundraising. And my request to you will be, tap your alumni. You'll get money. Try that. Good. Sheila, you had some other question.
Sir, last question. In Kerala, now the government is telling that they will give both the system, 3-year system and 4-year system. Okay, so why we are still continuing the 3-year system?
Good point. Let me answer that. This is a wrong idea. We will continue 3-year and 4-year. The 4-year undergraduate program envisages exit after 3 years. With 120 credits, you exit, you get a bachelor's degree. And if you continue 4th year with a CGPA of 7.5, you add 20 more credits, you get BA, BSc honors. If you add 12 credits research, you get BA, BSc honors with research. So there is no conflict between 3 and 4-year program. Those who do not want to continue after 3 years, they go with a degree, 120 credits. And those who want to go further, give a chance, flexibility given. So therefore, the 3-year program is embedded into the 4-year program. So you introduce 4-year program, those who want to get out, fine, with a degree.
So actually, it's my mistake. I thought that these two go in parallel.
No.
Like 2 entities.
No.
Like 2 entities.
No.
It's not like
Yeah, you try for a 4-year program, and those who exit after 3 years get a bachelor's
as a
degree.
multiple entry exit.
Yeah,
Same.
and then to go masters, they need 2 years of masters. Those who complete 4 years, only 1 year of masters.
Okay.
So therefore, in terms of duration, there is no change. So the 3-year program is embedded into the 4-year program. That's why I urge move towards a 4-year multidisciplinary undergraduate program. And that gives much more choices to the students. So that's the kind of thing. You may add it.
See, Shrija, you must also understand, I studied with 11 years schooling, okay? Then we did 4 years degree. That 4 years degree was what was called as interarts or PUC. Okay, I know you are not from that generation. There is someone here with 30 years, maybe she will relate that. That 11 years schooling and 4-year degree program, in which 2 years was, there is no higher secondary. That was the 2-year PUC and then the 2-year degree. The degree program only 1st year and 2nd year. Now, at that time, ours was the last batch. And then the next batch was moving with the 10+2. 10 years of schooling and the +2 was the higher secondary. And the 3-year degree program. Now, that time, we had to run it parallelly because we didn't have this kind of a facility that time where it is embedded within the 4-year program. Because of that transition, you need to sometimes run it parallelly. Here also, some of your students may be joining in a 4-year program, but those who are continuing with the 3-year program, in that transitory phase, they will have to pass out with that. You cannot switch. Suppose the person is entering the 3rd year in 23-24. You cannot say that 23-24, you will now do a 2-year program because he has not studied the first year or the second year in our framework of the 4-year undergraduate. So that transition phase, you may have 1 year maximum, where you may have students like that, 1 year or 2 years because of the degree being of 3 years. There may be a second year student or there may be a third year student. That is the only transition, but otherwise, like Professor Ramachandran has mentioned, the 4-year program itself allows you to exit at the 3 years. But that transition stage will have a parallel run for the students who are contemporarily there in either their second year or their third year as far as a general degree program is concerned. Okay.
Ask more questions. Good. Since there is no paper presentation.
These students, girls, faculty will throw us out now. Any more questions? I don't want only the coordinator and the main nodal person. Any others? You are all smiling. That is one nice thing. Are you smiling so that we go away faster, or is it because you are wanting to say? Please share your thoughts. We like to hear you.
I may just add, since the time was short at the time, the pedagogical aspect. The policy talks about inquiry, discovery approach to learning. What does that mean? Simple thing. I think let me use this, a small piece of paper, just to demonstrate what exactly the policy means. Here is a piece of paper. If I blow from here for my physics colleague, what will happen to this paper? I'd say, I don't know. Let's try. Look at here. It's going upward. Then the question comes, why is it going upward? Now, if it goes upward, there must be some pressure less above this paper. What is the variable? The air is moving fast, velocity is high. So when the velocity of air is high, pressure decreases, it goes upward. This is what we call in physics Bernoulli's principle. But I use a small piece of paper, you don't need big laboratory. You can use a mango leaves. You don't even need a paper. Then the question will ask, where is it applied? Do you see in Kochi? You prompt, they will say, sir, maybe a plane taking off. The wing of the plane is like this. When the plane moves forward, above the wing, velocity varies faster. Below, it is less. So the plane takes off. Now, this is the kind of thing the policy is talking about it. Inquiry, discovery-based approach to learning, and not rote learning. And that kind of approach is the hallmark of the curriculum. And see how best we can do on that. So many things like that, like you take a chessboard. Ask a child, how many squares are there on a chessboard? Any idea how many? Chessboard, how many squares? 64. Many more. How many squares? See. And you design a formula. It will be a square plus 7 square plus 6 square plus 5 square plus 4 square, 3 square, 2 square, 1 square. 200 plus, not 64. That is what we call thinking. A child thinks about it. So don't ask normal questions. Questions of this nature. Then you find the child develops problem-solving ability, becomes a critical thinker, a creative thinker, a skilled communicator, and so on. So that is the hallmark of the policy. That when we say inquiry discovery approach, that's the one. So the policy brings enormous flexibility. 1 year certificate, 2-year diploma, 3-year degree, 4-year honors degree. Now, that is what our students need. So I think the alumni might say, oh, I wish I had that flexibility. So the new students are advantages. They get this thing. So I think that's what, the policy doesn't give any prescription. It is a guideline, statement of intent, and pick on that. And I think a college like you, I think somebody asked me a question, fee structure. What is my recommendation? My recommendation now is fee structure by credit. Why this question came? 120 credits for a bachelor degree program in Delhi, Ambedkar Institute, Delhi, 1,000 rupees per credit. 1 year, 40 credits, 40,000 rupees fees. Then somebody said, I want to take 8 more credits. Pay for 8 more, 48 credits, 48,000 rupees. There are various ways of fee structuring also. And since you have aided and unaided, and I think you may study Lara University in Chennai, one of the best universities doing self-financing and normal courses. There, up to 2:30, the aided students come. After that, self-financing, 2:30 coming. Can you think of it? I understand MG University is asking you to separate aided, unaided. Now, see how it can be done. But that is a resource mobilization. And when the education is good, people are willing to pay in India. But if it is not good, they won't pay. So look into multiple aspects of resource mobilization, and I'm sure you will succeed. So when we come next time, we'll ask how many alumni have you tracked and how much money can be raised. Thank you.
This entire group will not be there.
Thank you.
We have few of the alumni contributing. Yes. We need more and more funds.
No, funding is always is a question of innovation. See, Tamil Nadu government, when they used to come to planning commission, the midday meal scheme, funds, Tamil Nadu doesn't take from education department. They take it from their Panchayati Raj department. Now Kerala has also started doing it like that. So when you want to leverage funds, even in the government, you can always leverage the funds, taking it from different budget heads of different departments. Education budget limited, but you can take it from others. Similarly, over here in Government of India also, even if you say education budget, the funding is reducing. For science related ones and all that, you can get it from DST. If you have DBT, I think you have here biotechnology also. DBT will have funding given for biotechnology projects. That way, what you have to do is, you have to look for funds. Many of us are not aware of many Government of India schemes and state government schemes by which you can get funds. See, fund doesn't come easily. The same thing you have to do when you work for an institution. And you should own this institution. You should feel it is my institution, how I can go and get. So go to corporates, go to industry, find out whether we can have an industry academy interaction cell, so that entrepreneurial skills, these are all sort of cultivated. And mind you, that you are actually geographically in another location. Observe as I was coming into this place that there are so many industries around. I don't think we should tax you more.
Let me give you one more example which you can study.
Okay, so I'm not sure.
There is you must have heard of Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai. They are offering 34 BMO program. 34. You wonder how do they offer? Do they have faculty? They have only 8 faculty, core faculty. 143 faculty are visiting professors, visiting faculty. And they are earning, 3 years ago, they earned 11 crore rupees. It is a self-financing college, the program. 143 faculty visiting with the 8 core faculty, 34 courses. There are ways of running it. Maybe you may have looked at how this Mumbai runs it and see, can we have courses of that kind in this college as well? Supported by industry. When they finish, they get a job. So look into that. So thank you for your patience.
So I think if there are no more questions, we treat this session. Are there? I don't know. I have taken off my mic also. Any more questions?
No, they go at 4:30.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for that stimulating discussion. As we wind up, I request Assistant Professor Roshan Rafi to propose a vote of thanks.
Maybe we will propose a vote of thanks when you do this 4-year undergraduate program.
Don't risk it. She'll give me a chance to speak over here.
A warm good evening to one and all present here. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. On behalf of Al-Ameen College, I would like to convey deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Dr. Shakira Nishamsu, former officer on special duty, Department of Higher Education, Government of India, for her valuable and knowledgeable session on sustainability in imparting quality education. Thank you, ma'am, for making us think about the quality in education system and how to become contributive and productive in the field of education. Thank you so much, ma'am. I am also very thankful to all the program advisory committee members and the invited speakers.